All right, everybody. We are live. Episode number 2. Cannabis Library TV. Right now, we are currently waiting for the doctor to join us. I've sent him an email with the link. Let's see, let's make sure that I've got my audio on. Audio's on, video's on. It says I'm connected. Let's see if I can make sure it's good. Looks nice. Headspace looks good. All right, everybody. So, where we're gonna be picking up today is where we left off last week. And last week we had Patty Prince and Bruce Prince on as guest speakers. And as they promised on the show, they sent me a package. So I'm going to open this up here and show you guys what they sent. So there's a couple things here. Before I show you the items, I'm going to show you some of the paperwork, which I'm pretty excited that they sent me these samples. And I've spoken with some people this week about the show. I actually talked to, I've spoken with some people in my inner circle about the show and about hemp. And there's a few other updates that I'm going to be bringing you guys today. And one person asked, they said, are you selling hemp? Are you selling any products? Are you selling this stuff? Because somebody told me I needed to buy some. And I thought, well, looks like I'm going to have to talk to Patty and Bruce about possible affiliate marketing. So, they sent me Best of All Worlds mini combo. 1 CBD concentration, 1,000 milligram, 15 milliliter oil, and 1 clinical grade high concentration green CBD paste plus terpenes, 1 milliliter, and a syringe, 350 milligram, Love My Body. Okay, let's see. That's the invoice packaging slip from Beautiful Earth Organics. Shows the ship date 9/28/2020. And here we go. Instructions. Yes, this is the front page. So it comes with this. They sent with some instructions, which is pretty nice. Shows Beautiful Earth Organics at the top of the page. Their business number, which is 321-372-1029. So if any of you watching this are possibly interested in speaking with them about ordering some of their products that they have for sale, then that's the phone number. Their email address is beautiful@earthorganicscbd.com. Website www.earthorganicscbd.com. And then they have highlighted in yellow, paste may be under pressure and may fly out of tube. Hold over a plate. I want to see that. Paste may be under pressure and may fly out of tube. So here's the paste. So there's 3 items in this box. And the paste I've left inside of its original packaging. Haven't opened it up yet. And we might Not for sure what I'm going to do just yet with this. There's a possibility. I was thinking this past week about people who have a, what's the name of that? Patreon supporters. There's people who have Patreon supporters, and sometimes there's giveaways for their Patreon supporters. So maybe we could have a giveaway for Patreon subscribers, and we could use these products as some of our first gifts, possibly an option. It says, this kind of reminds me of what we would see with, when I first saw it, I was reminded of RSO oil. And I guess that's a good segue into what RSO oil is. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Christopher High. I happened to be born on 420. And this light behind is, it's rather, my halo is kind of bright right now, guys. So sorry about that if you can't see. For those of you who are listening on podcast, obviously, a downloadable audio podcast, obviously don't have any problem with the visuals. And if the screen's too bright for those watching this video, then maybe you could consider, maybe I suggest possibly putting on some sunglasses. That's kind of a joke. I'm not that funny of a guy sometimes, but sometimes I am. You just never know what I'm going to say that's funny. So I'm thinking Patreon supporters could possibly receive some of these gifts. And this reminds me of like an RSO oil. So RSO oil is, for those of you who don't know, it's an acronym for Rick Simpson oil. There's a man named Rick Simpson, legendary man, for those of you who don't know. I can give a 2-minute spiel, kind of plug for good old Rick Simpson. Rick Simpson, I learned about him online during the fall of 2016. And that was the same time that I had learned about Dr. William Courtney, who I haven't gotten an email back from him yet. He's not in this waiting room. So hopefully he'll be joining us. And if not, well, you know, this is the show. Sometimes we might have just me as a host, and that's fine. Oh, we do have somebody scheduled for next week. And if anybody would like to be scheduled to come onto the show and talk about their experience with cannabis, whether you're just a beginner wanting to learn, you're a grower who has your own product and wants to know what you can do with some of your plants, or if you are a producer on a commercial scale, or if you are a salesman, affiliate salesman, associate salesman, director of sales, etc., you could come onto the show, and I would allow you to put a plug in on your business. As of now, I don't have any agreements per se with anybody as far as affiliate marketing, but we're open to that down the road. Now, I do see that it shows that I have 2 concurrent viewers. I'm not for sure if whether or not that's me. Let's see if I can open up the chat and might be able to get, let's see, participants, pop out chat. All right. We're talking about RSO oil and how I discovered Rick Simpson. And there's actually, it's a small world. Hey, y'all. I put on there, hey, y'all. So Rick Simpson, I discovered him in 2016 online. And turns out that he had visited a friend of mine, like I said, small world, a friend of mine in Honduras. And turns out that him and Jane Strickbeyer, the two who released the book that shows the process for how to create your own Rick Simpson oil, the Rick Simpson oil process. It turns out that those two men had written the book not even 15, 20 minutes down the road from where my wife was born and raised in Honduras. And they were at a house that one of the first houses, actually the first house that I visited when I was in Honduras, the first house that I visited in Olancho. I'm not going to say the name of the owner of that house out of respect for privacy for him, but it was a rather small world occurrence there. And so that 2016, I looked up the book that they created, that they wrote in Honduras, just down the road from where I was at the time, because they wrote that, I think, in 2012. And I had heard about them actually being in Caracama, Solancho, from some of my friends when I would come out of the mountains to purchase fuel and food supplies. For those of you who don't know, I was in Honduras dredging full time and kind of explorer, adrenaline junkie somewhat, and gold miner prospector, man on a search for a life, a search for life and looking for a wife to raise a family. And so I had heard, some of my friends told me, they said, hey, that friend of yours has some gringo friends that are in town, and they're trying to build a still, and they were running around trying to figure out how to build a still. So I was told. And but I don't think that they accomplished that, Rick and Jean-Rick. That might not even have been their mission, but at least that's what I heard, the rumor on the street at the time. And so when I came across them in 2016 and I reached out and became friends with Jean-Rick on Facebook, I started connecting the dots, and I'm like, holy cow, you guys wrote this book just down the road from me, and I heard about you guys actually being in town through the word on the street. And let's see if we've got the doctor in yet. Nope, not yet. So that was the rumor on the street. But for those of you who don't know, the doctor is in Dominica. As he had eloquently put to me. Dominica is how you pronounce it. Boy, that halo is getting really strong. That sun should continue to move up. And maybe as time progresses, I'm going to have a more beautiful studio set up, as if this isn't beautiful enough, of course. And so Jean-Rick and Rick were in my wife's hometown. They were just down the street from there, working on writing that book, that the Phoenix Tears, the Rick Simpson oil process, to where, okay, so what happened in 2016? So when I saw this, it reminded me of the Rick Simpson oil because they put them in syringes. Well, in 2017, I traveled back down to Honduras. Our first child was born October 2016, and we took the child back down to Honduras to have the child registered, the National Registry, so she could have her dual citizenship. My wife at the time was pregnant with our second child, and so we were down in Honduras, and I decided to make myself some Rick Simpson oil, and I created probably maybe 80 to 100 grams of Rick Simpson oil. Those of you who are my friends on Facebook, if you're watching this video, you may remember the time when I was talking about giving people hemp oil, cannabis oil, marijuana oil to help them, become well. And I remember one particular person who, he's a friend of mine in Honduras, and I told him about it. He was actually, I'm not going to give too many specifics, but he's probably in his mid 40s, early 50s. And I gave him one little drop about the size, because I said, what you got to start off with is one little size. I did the 60-gram treatment, 60 grams, where I was eating like 1 gram a day. I guess you could consider that, I think it's one, let's see, this syringe, I can't remember. I think it's like a 5 millimeter syringe or 5 milliliter syringe. Can't remember, but it's basically like a gram a day of this psychotropic Rick Simpson oil. And I did that it took about 3 months. But during that time, I had shared with one of my friends, I was telling all of my inner circle. And it turns out, guys, that for many of you who don't know, there's quite a few people now in Honduras creating and selling this underground. Not this particular, but the RSO process. And so I found myself some flowers, and I made some oil, some Rick Simpson oil, and I was eating it. And I gave my friend a small amount. And my friend went home, went to sleep that night, because it was in the evening when I gave it to him. And in the morning, he called me on the phone, and he said, Chris, he said, for the first time in 20 years, I was able to get out of bed without having pain. And I thought, get out of here. I was, I think, maybe 30 years old, 31 years old at the time. I didn't have too many pains at the time. I don't think I had much of any pain. But my friend, he said that he was able to get up out of bed and he felt like he was young again. And I thought, wow, that's powerful. One little drop. So this reminds me of the RSO, and it's a CBD paste. Now, this is not going to have, as you know, that Bruce and Patty mentioned last week, this is not heated. And so that's the difference between the RSO process. For those of you who don't know, the RSO process that's specified in that book, it's basically what you're going to do is you're going to take a bunch of flour, you're going to put some solvent, mix it with there inside of like a bucket or whatnot, and mush it up really good, and then you're going to strain out the solids. And then you're going to find yourself a rice cooker or some type of small type of crock pot that doesn't get too hot. And then you're going to get the liquid to a certain temperature, but not too high. 150 degrees Celsius, if I remember correctly, is the recipe that they have. And this, Bruce had mentioned, is not heated. So that's the difference between what this is going to be and then with what Rick Simpson and Gendrick were teaching people and are still currently, from what I understand, teaching people. Not sure about Rick, but definitely Gendrick, he's pushing even more so since then the understanding with oils. He's been mixing them with his own process, the JBO method, and hops and frankincense, and I do believe myrrh and frankincense, hops, cannabis is what Gendrick's been experimenting around with. Shout out to my buddy Gendrick with your JBO method. Canna koozies for all, as he says. So the other thing that I think would be important to note is that this is most likely made from this is made from hemp. And for those of you who don't know the difference between hemp and marijuana, the legal terminology, this is an important subject to remember, that hemp is not marijuana according to the law in the United States. hemp is classified as it's the same type of plant, just the same as a black lab dog is the same type of species as a Chihuahua, but a Chihuahua and a black lab are not the same type of dog. So hemp is the type, well, most of you already know this, but of course we're creating an online library that's explaining anything and everything about cannabis. So we're touching the subject may be new for some people, but it may be just common knowledge in the cannabis industry, is that low concentration of detectable THC, Delta 9 THC, from what I understand correctly, and below the 0.3% is classified as hemp. And THC, for those of you who don't know, is the stuff that gets you high. I did explain to somebody the other day, as I'm running about doing my, I guess you could consider them my errands, because I'm building a business right now. This, as you see here on the podcast, is part of what I do for my work, the Solomon's Treasure podcast, and I'm building a business, Solomon's Treasure LLC. So as I'm out and about, I'm constantly taking advantage of every opportunity that I have to speak with people and tell them about why hemp is, well, hemp / marijuana, which is cannabis, why cannabis is the #1 most important vegetable, most important food that we have on the planet. And not many people understand about why that is. It's not even mentioned too much in the medical schools. Medical schools don't understand. I think it's maybe 15 or 30% of the medical schools are teaching on the endocannabinoid system. And so that's in the United States. So there's a possibility. I explained to another friend of mine this week, who I'm going to have a phone call with him tomorrow, that there's a possibility that when you talk with your doctor and ask him about cannabis as a dietary essential or as a quote unquote medicine, when I told my friend, I said, if you're going to talk to the doctor, ask him if he knows what the endocannabinoid system is and what it does. Does your doctor know what the ECS is? And if your doctor doesn't know what the ECS is, then it's going to be very challenging for him to explain to you much about the benefits of cannabis. The ECS is your endocannabinoid system, and that's what modulates your immune system. And so I had to explain that to one friend, and I explained to another person this week as well, that THC becomes the THC acid when it's heated, it becomes the THC Delta 9. And so that was something that they had never learned. But so that's what this paste reminds me of. This paste would, from my understanding, from my experience, this would be good for people who are having seizures, epilepsy, Parkinson's disease. This concentrated paste. This would be good for somebody. This would be good for somebody who's having seizures. As a matter of fact, the person who I told about the THC being converted to a THC Delta 9, she had just got done explaining to me that the day before I met her, she was watching somebody who had a seizure right in front of her. So seizures can be scary. I have a friend of mine in the oil field. I told him about. I may have heard about Rick Simpson oil before 2016, because I'm thinking back now. But I know that I didn't make any RSO until 2017. But I have a friend of mine who was working in the oil fields in West Texas, and I called him up one day to ask how he was doing, and he says, "Man, I had a seizure," which for me that was really strange. I was like, "You had a seizure? How did you have a seizure? You're so healthy." Yeah, but the man had woke up in the hospital. He was driving down the highway in the Permian Basin and coming home from work, and he woke up in the hospital. He almost died. He crashed his truck. His truck was destroyed, his pickup truck, and his personal vehicle. And I told him, I said, what you need to do is you need to get yourself some oil and some hemp or some marijuana is what I told him at the time. Of course, hemp at that time, see, this would have been in 2015. Hemp at the time, I don't even think that farm bill there was a farm bill in 14 and then a farm bill in 2018. But at the time in Texas and in New Mexico, trying to get a hold of some CBD or some THC products, a little bit challenging. All right, so I think I'm done mentioning that. Let's go ahead and show what we have here. We have it mentioned on the invoice 1,000 milligram. This here on the label says a 700 plus milligram, high concentration CBD oil, beautiful earth organics. It's a nice blue, pretty blue color. It's a blue glass bottle. The same that I see with the American Shaman. They have the glass is a blue glass bottle. And my friend George at Golly Green, he's using plastic bottle to be able to lower cost and for the cost for the customer. This is a 10 milliliter bottle, and so it's unopened. Haven't opened it yet. Might be saving that for a giveaway for we might put on a rally to have some Patreon supporters. This is the Beautiful Earth Organics 350 milligram Love My Body high concentration CBD oil, 15 milliliter, a half of an ounce. Now I'm not for sure what how much these products are. If they were to be purchased online, it says that some of the ingredients here are medium chain triglyceride, which is MTC oil. I've actually got some MTC oil. Shout out to a friend of mine in Texas who told me about using MTC oil for part of my hemp production, my hemp oil production that I make some. I made my own CBD oil here in the home, and I've used the same ingredient, the medium chain triglyceride, MCT oil. It says it's made with love, and then it has a heart next to it. Instructions: take half dropper sublingually twice a day. Keep out of reach of children, non-psychoactive. earthorganiccbd.com, and then it shows a phone number on here. Now this is a different number. 802, I think it says, 596 4524. Okay. Let's just take a look at this other one, finish out this. I've got close to a half an hour on this video so far, showing these products, amazing looking products. And same thing. Yep, good. All right, so thanks, Patty and Bruce. Patty and Bruce, we're going to be on the show. They had said that they were going to be on. Patty sent me a message early this morning to let me know that they're going to be traveling during this time slot, so they weren't able to make it here today. So I wanted to, put in that plug for them. So, well, the doctor hasn't joined yet. Let me check and see if maybe he sent an email. Check here. Whoop. Okay, just looking at some of my messages, see if whether or not they had sent anything. And now they are in Dominica, and sometimes there's issues with their internet connection. Um, they are off the grid, and they have, and they also have a hydroelectric. They might have some issues with their electricity source today, but I'm not seeing anything here in the mailbox. Good. All right. So I guess we can go ahead and continue picking up and addressing some of the stuff that was talked about last week on the episode. Well, as I was getting started at the beginning of the live broadcast, the doctor had mentioned we're going to get you a Cray 3. And I had no idea what a Cray 3 was. I looked that up. Turns out that there's a computer, the Cray, I think it's Cray Company or something of that. And right now we're still using this regular laptop. It seems to be holding up, working good. I started the second show for Wednesday nights, and I tried to stream that directly to Facebook. And I kind of regret trying to do that because it did not stream. And now from this moment forward, I expect to only be live streaming on YouTube, directly to YouTube. Going back and having to re-edit is a bit of a challenge. So it says I've got 2 concurrent viewers, but I don't know who is viewing. I guess I can play around with this. And we're also going to talk about some seeds. We mentioned last week on the show before ending that hemp sprouts is the direction that the doctor has been going in his study, as opposed to, it doesn't say who. Can't see who is viewing. And so immediately that night, last Sunday night, I hopped online and asked about I asked some friends on Facebook where I could find some hemp seeds. So I shopped around, and turns out high quality hemp seeds kind of come at a hot commodity price. But I was able to find wholesale distributors who claim that the seeds will sprout. So I'm assuming that means that they're non-sterilized. And remember, we're looking to sprout some seeds. So over this past week, I've managed to purchase 2 pounds, 1 pound from a particular seller, another pound, the second pound from a different one. And it's a little windy. Don't want the I'm gonna hide my microphone. Like I'm gonna pull a Joe Biden right now. Tuck in my microphone, hide it in my cuff. Hi everybody, I'm Joe Biden. I'm running for president. That's kind of a pun for y'all that didn't know that Joe Biden had looks like the guy had a microphone on during the debate. Stream Health number 3. So I ordered 2 pounds and 1 pound from a seller. 1 pound from 2 separate distributors. Those are en route. I was hoping that one of them was going to arrive before the show, but I looked around for it in the mail. It did not come in the mail. So the other one says that the tracking, that it will arrive on Tuesday. And so this week we will begin. Before I begin sprouting, I am going to, I think it would be best to reach out with Dr. William Courtney. I was hoping that the doctor would be on today because we were going to talk about the fact that we've got some seeds coming. Let's see, maybe he's in the room. And nope. I got a friend of mine that we might be able to bring on. No, we're just going to go ahead and continue with what we're doing. So seeds, we're going to sprout some seeds, and we are, what I'm thinking that would be good is to take and create studies and do analysis with various different seeds and seed strains. I had also sent on Friday, for those of you who don't know, I sent out Friday morning I'd say it was an email. I sent an email out to some people who work for the state of Massachusetts, explaining to them that I am looking into the prospect of growing hemp sprouts as food, and we're going to be testing those in a laboratory before I begin feeding them to my family. And I wanted to send that. I'm checking some messages here. Okay. So I wanted to send that email out before I start doing that as a preemptive. It's basically a declaration to explain that basically it was a declaration to let them know that I have an intention to eat healthy and give the best possible food to my children. And at the same time, I feel that it's my moral obligation to share this openly with others. I've been sharing it with everyone that I come across, if the timing has been right, because as you guys are going to see as we move forward with this podcast, the cannabis as a dietary essential is a very important subject that needs to be talked about. And the doctor, he sent me an email. We are looking at, he didn't send me an email just now, but he sent me one this week. And it looks as though we may begin sending out radio broadcasts in Northern California. And it seems as though there was a script. I'm not for sure of whether or not he was planning on going over the script with me. And I'm going to go ahead and open up this script. I'm going to find it here. Okay. PSA 2-minute, the doctor writes. You can see I got the email here. Dr. William Courtney writes, "This is Dr. William Courtney reaching out to the cannabis community of Northern California, asking you to please," I'm going to put it right here so that I'll read from the prompter, makes it a little bit better. "Please participate in the creation of an online library of medical interviews." Got some big things coming down the road, guys. "Interviews will stream live every Sunday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Solomon's Treasure YouTube and Facebook. To be deleted when your contributions are finalized." It puts question. Where can individuals see the interviews? Question. Christopher, please edit into the PSA the best sites to go to and any additional content. I have a max total of 2 minutes for this PSA to be broadcasted over what's a stream. I will post the PSA as soon as possible once content is finished. I wanted to talk to him about this, and so I apologize, Doctor. The interviews will then be archived in the library at solomonstreasure.org, which we're working on continuing the construction for the website. A friend of mine is going to be helping me with that. I've been working on the script for the site and the overall layout as far as how I want it to look. You can call me at 707-961-1420, or ideally send me an email at askdrbill@gmail.com. Or you can call Christopher High of Solomon's Treasure. It shows my personal number. We're going to change that. We're going to put in the business phone number. That's one thing that's going to be edited there. Doctor, if you're watching this video, I can take some notes on that too. Let's see here. One of the, see my notes for PSA, my phone number / contact info. That needs to be updated. Let's scroll back up here. And Solomon's Treasure, the YouTube channel, we could say YouTube channel, Solomon's Treasure podcast. We're not going to have it on Facebook at the time. In order for me to live stream this to Zoom and Facebook at the same time, I'd have to have another platform. And I'm probably going to need a faster computer to be able to do that as well. The interviews will then be archived in the library. That needs to be changed. The interviews are going to be archived inside of the podcast. So the audio is going to be in a podcast host that I'm shopping around. I looked into a few different ones. First one I looked at was I looked into who is hosting Joe Rogan's podcast audio. And so there's a fee associated with that. And so we're most likely going to have on the website, solomonstreasure.org, there's going to be a page that talks about the podcast, the YouTube channel. And so we're going to show people how to download the videos directly from YouTube. And then, of course, there's going to be the podcast host is where a person will be able to click the link and download the audio. So we're just going to have the links inside the website, putting the data, saving it onto a host. We might do later on down the road, but there's not necessarily any need because YouTube is doing that. And then there's other podcast host sites. You can call me, shows his phone number, or send an email. You can call Christopher, so that's got to get I've got that there, phone number. And Solomon's Treasure Podcast at Gmail, yes. Everyone currently using or considering, this is an important, who's this going out to? Everyone currently using or considering using cannabis for prevention or therapy, everyone with minor or major medical conditions, everyone with or without a history of using psychoactive or raw are encouraged to please provide their story to help others. That's the email that he sent. And so we're probably going to continue to perfect this script that's going to go out. So for next week, we can expect to see next week a lineup of some guests and people who want to share their stories. I had actually found one particular person already who is interested in sharing their stories, small world as it may be. And they had agreed earlier this morning to be on. Actually, it was about 45 minutes before the show started. Still shows one participant. All right. I will share here the person who said that they are interested in next week. His name is Chris Johnson. And I said, let's see. So he made a post on his personal Facebook page 3 hours ago. He says, here, we're going to pull this up, guys. I'm going to pull this up. You guys are going to see. This will be fun. Let's go to Facebook. Let's go to main page, Facebook, and Zoom meeting. We're going to share screen, share, boom. So you should be able to see my screen here. And there's information popping up on my Facebook. All right, so notifications. Marketplace, watch, pages, home. Oh, here's the notifications up here. We'll let that load. Notifications. Chris Johnson. Shout out to Chris. I'm going to tag you in this, brother. All right. I'm friends with people on Facebook. I've never met Chris Johnson. But when I was scrolling earlier this morning, and I noticed that Chris, this popped out. It says, cannabis saved my life from opioid and alcohol addiction and stabilized my degenerative spine. I feel better at 44 than I did at 24. Never lose hope. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. And so immediately I contacted here, as you can see in the comment section. Oh, what happened here? There we go. I said, nice. Would you consider being on the Cannabis Library TV with Dr. William Courtney? You can share your story with us. He said, yes, of course. I'm going to go ahead and put a heart there. Heart. And I said, very cool. We are about to go on the air here in 45 minutes. We had a guest scheduled, but something came up on their end. Are you available this week or next? Do you have Zoom? It'll have to be next week. Yes, to Zoom. Cool beans, I said. Let me send you an official invite via email. Can you message or email me? We'll have you scheduled for next week. Nice. That's fun. So, Chris Johnson says cannabis saved his life from, I wonder if we can open up the whole page. Does it show? Can we get the whole screen on? No. We can go to his main page though. Check out a little bit about Chris Johnson. Green and sober, cannabis patient and advocate. Very cool. Guy lives in Connecticut. Trying to get this big screen to come up. Anyway, so this was his last post. Cannabis saved my life from opioid and alcohol addiction, stabilized my degenerative spine. I feel better at 44 than I did at 24. Very cool. So we could scroll down and just see what he has here. Mommy needs a joint. Should be just as socially acceptable as mommy needs a glass of wine. Dad's too, because not all of us like a beer. Yeah, that's funny. So that's Chris Johnson. He's green and sober. And good for him, man. We're talking opioid and alcohol addictions. Opioid addiction. That's not an easy thing to get over. Oh, cool. I got a phone call. Maybe this is the doctor. Hello. Hi. How are ya? What up? What up? What up? Right now you're on live through my phone. Oh wait, William Courtney entered the waiting room. Let's admit, sounds like a good timing to bring you in. All right. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey.
You made it.
Yo.
You guys climbed. Hey, no worries. You two are amazing. I went ahead and anyway, you're on. I've got my halo going on. What's up, man?
Yeah, you do. You do. Well, we just, here's Kristen wants to make a comment.
No, I'm naked.
Oh, she's naked. Sorry about that.
I want you to raise money for us to climb Mount Everest
There you go.
Really?
next year.
Here's the microphone.
You wanna climb Mount Everest next year?
Yeah, next year. Like, we don't need that much time to do it. We're going to climb Mount Everest together next year.
I say let's do it.
All right, why not?
Why not?
Take care of the kids.
Yeah, why not? It's
Why
there.
not?
You might as well.
We might as well.
I think that we should do this. I'm not even kidding.
She's watched hundreds of movies.
I'm not kidding either. You have no idea.
No, like I'm really into Everest right now.
You have no idea.
No, I know, because you found us. You're weird, and you would actually do this if I just gave you like the slightest prodding, and you'd be all over it. That's why I like you. Like, yeah, it'll suck, but why not? We should just do it.
Like, are you kidding me?
And
Absolutely.
then be like, we inhaled cannabis, and that's how we made it up the mountain.
Float up the mountain, maybe. Yeah.
So fuck all you all that didn't make it. We're high as hell.
I'll take the hot air.
And high as hell. High as hell while being high as hell.
Yeah, with
and
Mr.
We'll be the ones that make it.
With Mr. High.
Yeah, I'm into it. I've been watching nonstop while doing taxes. I'm doing like 4 years of taxes,
right.
And it sucks.
You're right.
And I get sick again. So I just been watching Everest, and I think, fuck it, let's just do it. I was captain of the ski club in Chicago.
There you go.
I could do it.
Well, I think Mount Everest is really easy to climb. Cause I mean that's located in. I'm gonna joke around, like, because when I told my parents that I said I'm gonna go to Honduras, I'm gonna drive to Honduras. They said, how the hell are you gonna drive to Africa?
Oh, that's
so let's go to Mount Everest. Isn't that located in Kansas?
It was kind of like the conversation I had with my parents when I said, I'm not going to go to Harvard. I'm dropping out of school to work for a 69-year-old libertarian candidate for presidency that will never win. And I'm going to sell weed to be able to make it. out there because you're not paying me anything. And I've never driven more than 40 minutes in one direction in my life ever because I'm medically challenged, but I'm just going to do it and I'll be fine. I got my cats.
Let's go fucking climb. Let's go fucking climb Mount Everest.
Let's fucking climb Everest.
Yeah, and when we're talking about
Let's do
inhaling,
it.
we'll use a vaporizer instead of smoking it. And that's one of the things I wanted to bring up on the subject today. Is the best way to consume cannabinoids through inhalation is through a vaporizer that heats the flower just enough to where it releases the cannabinoids as opposed to burning it. But yeah, why not? I'll have a vape pen.
When we were in Morocco, we wanted to go see where they made the oil and like you go to this like village in the middle of nowhere and everybody is like beating like the cannabis is shitty, so they beat it up and get the keef.
Yeah,
and then they make hash out of it.
Yeah, they roll it with their hands and shit or something like that, right?
Yeah, and you can hear the drumming from like miles away because the whole village is doing it. And so we're like, okay, yeah, let's go. And we have like a little baby. And we had William's dad that was like 90. And we were like, yeah, we'll go check it out. And then they like park the car and they're like, it's a 2-hour walk downhill. And then you got to walk back up it before it gets dark. And William's dad's like, no, I'm not doing this. Like, I'll die. And they were like, well, we're taking the car. Like, you have to do this. And I was like, I have asthma and I didn't bring my inhaler and I have a baby, like a 3-month-old baby. Like, I'm not going to do this. And they were like, well, you have to. So we were like, all right, whatever. So then we walked down there and we're like in this place where there's like probably 600 pounds of marijuana and like goats inside the house. And like, we're just like in this place and these like Muslim women come and bring us like tea to drink and they're all covered from head to toe. And then we get really high on hash and we're like, okay, well now we have to walk 2 hours at least back up to the top with like a 90-year-old man and like a sickly woman with asthma that just had a baby and a baby.
Right.
And William's like really upset about this. Like he thinks he just killed us. But Irv and I are like, no, we're cool. And these like 8 and 9-year-old boys, they keep running up to like help us and they bring us these hash pipes. So we're just stoned as fuck. This walk.
This sounds like a story like you can't even.
Yeah, we have pictures and video.
You can't even make
this up. We get to the top and we're so fucking high. All we can think about is wanting to eat. And William's like dying because he didn't get high. And he's like about to fucking die. And we're like, man, where is the bar? We want to eat and drink right the fuck now. We were fine. We were like, this is great. That was awesome. Like, you know, probably burn some calories there.
So you think we could make it up Mount Everest if we get high?
Oh, fuck yeah. We just need to get real high.
Well, we're gonna get high as we're getting
as
we're getting high.
Now.
We would be getting high as we're getting high, and I will already be high because I was born high.
With Christopher High.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Christopher High.
That could be an international
travel. It's a triple high.
Let's get high with high.
If we
should at least try.
It's a triple high because if we can get high while we're getting high with high, and we live stream it,
you're gonna die of something anyway. So I mean, like, if you died up there, they'd be like, that's the high ass people that we can't get down from the mountain, and we just be in our glory forever.
They got too high.
People to get higher.
They were already high, and then they got even higher while they were going higher.
We should eat edibles to be able to train.
Oh my gosh. This episode number 2 is definitely breaking the mold.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I got to give you back to William because I have to go do taxes, which is a motherfucking piece of bullshit. I would way rather climb Everest than fucking do taxes.
Tax man. Bang, pow, boom, pash, crash, bang.
Boom, boom, boom.
Tax man.
Why don't you come out here and visit us?
I'm wanting to listen. Like we're gonna
I'll give
set
you
up.
the
I want to
chicken.
set up. I want to set up an office there. Solomon's Treasure wants to set up an office at your guys'
Just
location.
buy the fucking neighbor's house, and I'll give you a chicken.
Chickens are
Like one
really
of the
good
really
gifts
cool
as home
ones.
home warming gifts. Chickens are great.
Do you watch Stargate?
I love Stargate.
Okay, well, one of the chickens is named Vala. We'll give you Vala.
Whoa.
Then I'll be a high baller. Wait, I'll be a high with a
Hi,
baller.
balla balla. Balla balla.
Hell yeah.
No,
Oh my
I'm
God.
totally down for it. And
Okay.
right now I'm rocking and rolling. I'm trying to
Everest.
set up. We're gonna fucking do it. Let's set a goal.
Yeah.
Let's set a goal and climb Everest. And let's get really high up on Everest.
Don't tell me I can't get high on Everest, William. I can do whatever I want to
no,
do.
it's your-
I don't
we
live
can-
in.
we can-
I don't live
I mean,
in
I
your
don't think-
world of. What are you sweating like a stuck
I
pig?
just ran up down there.
What the hell? Well, you can't climb the mountain.
You guys were in a hurry to get back to get. Did you forget that it was almost noon or
We
something?
forgot, and then all of a sudden it was.
Yeah,
like,
he fell in the pond.
I fell
Fell in the pond and had to fish his gun out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with today. Okay, I'm gonna get him a towel. He's sweating. He looks crazy, and I'm naked.
You're putting him on the spot, Anna.
Yeah. My god. Now we got the.
You gonna go up Everest with us?
Oh,
I don't-
I'll work at the base camp. I'll keep the hot choco.
You'll be drinking the hot tuaca with some whipped cream on
Yeah,
it,
no,
listening to the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Don't
handling
tell
base
me
camp.
it's snowing up there. You guys just get your ass down.
I'll be
there.
fucking getting high with the Sherpas.
That's how they get to the top every
Yeah.
day.
Yeah. So, Mount Everest. I don't think we'll make it to the summit. But we can definitely make it to the base camp.
Well, some of those roads to the base camp look like they're terrifying enough for me. They're like one laners and like people fall off those roads all the time.
Oh, that sounds like my kind of adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live for that stuff. So yesterday I put out on Facebook a fundraiser after I made a post, and Facebook was like, "Why don't you start a fundraiser?" And I'm like, oh, "Okay." So I tried, and then they said,
Hold on a sec.
"What'd she say?"
Oh, yeah, she's ready to.
You said. What do you say?
So I just met my daughters that came in, and I was like, Dad's doing a podcast with Christopher High, and we're going to go up Everest next year. And my daughter, without skipping a beat, said, yeah, well, he's going to give us some dollars.
That's a 7-year-old.
That's the 9-year-old. She's like, I was like, Jesus. She's like, I don't care what you're going to do, but you're going to get some money into this operation before you go up Everest?
Yeah, you're gonna have to get some dollar bills, yo.
Hey,
Gonna
say
have-
hi to Christopher.
You're gonna have to make it rain first.
Put it in your ear and say
Listen,
hi.
it's live.
I know I love something.
Don't take it too far away.
Hey, Christopher.
What's up? Oh my gosh, you're amazing.
We just finished planting a ton of watercress,
Or Rizzle.
but I'm gonna give you back to Dad. Bye.
Thanks for saying hi. Bye bye.
Take a shower.
I did the noise. I'll let you know as soon as I'm done.
We can't shower till you're done.
Well, it just makes a bunch of noise.
I smell like ass cheese.
Well, that's okay. Ass cheese is good.
Sometimes it's
Holy
nutritional. Wait a minute. We're
Yeah,
on
exactly.
live.
Oh, no,
Hey,
it's
everybody.
vitamin E, vitamin A.
Vitamins. Cannabis is the #1 most important vegetable. Have you eaten your vegetables today?
Yes, have you eaten your greens? Eat your greens. Is that birds on your side? Yeah.
Yeah, I got some birds. I had some dogs that were barking before you managed to make it on, and yeah, I got some nice birds. I don't know what kind of birds they are.
I got some serious sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I'm on the back porch. You would probably hear even more serious sounds if I was inside.
Oh, you got a parrot or something?
No, I just got the kids.
Ah, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Nani just said she can't talk on the podcast because everything she wants to say is about sex.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Did you hear that
good.
one?
Is she teaching sex ed?
It's kind of a 24/7 operation. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crash course. Yeah.
Yeah. Immersion course.
Yeah, an immersion course. I mean, this is
Yeah.
the real world.
It's like the 12-hour lab, you know.
She's been thinking a lot about it.
Yeah, they started teaching sex ed. Like I think they're doing it now. Public schools, like in the fourth or the third or the fourth grade.
Ooh.
Here where I'm at, we started learning about it. I think in the fifth or the sixth grade. Started learning about the body parts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Late bloomers.
Yeah, we were late bloomers. I mean, this was in the 90s. So I mean,
Yeah.
nowadays it's
Take it back to the 60s. We were still working with frogs. This is how frogs reproduce.
yeah.
Can we jump up the dogs quick here?
So when does the stork arrive?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's where I'm at. I'm super close to getting the first electrostatic backpack sprayer, and I started creating and priming myself up for the script / pitch / asking the people for the money. And last night I was creating a post and Facebook says, why don't you start a fundraiser? So I started the fundraiser and I spent an hour writing out why. They only said that 500 words was going to be good enough. I ended up writing like 3,800 words. And then and I submitted that. They said it'll be 24 hours before it'll be up to 24 hours before you'll get a word back of whether or not we're going to release it, allow it. And so they said, in the meantime, you can send out invites. So I'm like, cool, let's send out invites to every single person on my friends list, which that took 2 hours. And I was up until almost 3 o'clock in the morning, sending out invites. I woke up at 9, so I got my 6 hours in.
Yeah.
And still managed to make breakfast, pancakes, and stuff for the kids, and then I managed to get myself around and whatnot, ready for the show. But right before the show, I'm sitting down eating some of my pancakes, and Facebook says, let's see, how did they say it? I put a post up showing that. They say, one second. All right. Your fundraiser wasn't published because we currently limit our categories to specific types of causes. We reviewed your fundraiser, and unfortunately, the type of cause you want to raise money for isn't allowed at this time. While we'd like to help everyone raise money for the causes they care about, we currently limit our categories to specific types of causes. Learn more. And the only thing I'm raising money for is to buy this backpack sprayer, because I want to set up, eventually grow, and have 8 crews running full time to bring in projecting to bring in $1 million by the middle of next year for the organization that's going to transform into a nonprofit organization to help make the world a better place for everybody by solving problems. And one of the problems is with the mercury use in the gold mining, and I mentioned all that, and apparently that's not a good enough cause for Facebook to get behind, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah. That seems like
so-
a real safe, reasonable, like it's not racial, it's not sexual. I mean, it's just like you're going to help the planet. And who can argue with that except Facebook?
Yeah, and I mean, I even put in there for people to be able to see that it's a legit situation. I've got my account set up. I'm ready to make the purchase. I even put in the name of my dealer, his phone number, his address, his email address for anybody that wanted to verify whether or not my company has an account with them. And like literally I spent an hour writing out this really long explanation, so to be as transparent as possible. And so the good thing is, I had already had in mind to do a GoFundMe, and so I'm just going to use that text and the script that I wrote up, and I'm just going to use that. I've saved it, copied it, and so that'll be on the GoFundMe. When I started up the podcast without you, I went ahead and showed, so we can bring some people up to speed with what we talked about during the first hour. Remember Patty and Bruce? Well, they sent me the package. I gave a breakdown on some of the stuff that they sent. I spent about a half an hour on that, and then I went and started talking about. I talked about invites. I read the script that you sent me for that PSA that you're wanting to put out on the radio to invite people onto the show and share their stories. And it was right about as I was finishing that up, taking notes on what we need to make that script accurate as possible. That's about the time that you gave me a call. So
Sounds like an agenda well organized and
yeah,
it has almost intentional.
Yeah, the timing of things is, can be viewed as rather peculiar, but basically, it's all a matter of just trying to make sure that I'm on top of my game, I'm on my toes, and being productive with what I've got, and so it worked out good.
Mhm.
And then you were on, and I'm like, woohoo, cool. I think Kristen said she had some type of sinus infection or whatnot this week, and I'm thinking I might have the same. But how are you
She's had
feeling?
She's had a couple of sinus surgeries already, and they wanted to do a third, and at some point your face begins to fall apart. And
Yeah.
so her sinus, yeah, her immune system, her entire life has been dysfunctional at best. And
Right.
so everything from autoimmune disorders against the joints and the bladder and immune system in general failing and dysplasias. And she's had it's been a very interesting life.
Right.
But she pushes on through with a pretty good humor.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing too that I brought up because you're mentioning the autoimmune, and I remembered where we left off last week as far as the hemp sprouts. So to give you an update on that, last Sunday, I put a word out on Facebook and asked people to comment on where I can find some hemp seeds, quality hemp seeds at an affordable cost. And I purchased a pound, I think on Monday, and then I purchased another pound on Thursday. Both of those 2 pounds of hemp seeds, both producers had said that they will sprout. So they say they're not sterilized. And so we'll see with that. And I also spoke with a man, just as you were calling in. His name is Chris Johnson. I'm going to share on the screen where I was. You might be able to see the screen. And this guy here, Chris Johnson, can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I was scrolling this morning, and he has this. It says, "Cannabis saved my life from opioid and alcohol addiction and stabilized my degenerative spine. I feel better at 44 than I did at 24. Never lose hope." And I've never met this guy, but I saw that and I'm thinking, hey, would you consider being on the Cannabis Library with Dr. William Courtney? You can share your story with us. And he replied, yes, of course. And so, very cool, I replied. We're about to go on air here in 45 minutes. We had a guest scheduled, but something came up on their end. Oh yeah, so Patty and Bruce, they're traveling right now. Are you available this week or next? Do you have Zoom? He said it'll have to be next week. Yes to Zoom. So, cool beans. I said, let me send you an official invite via email. Can you message me or email me? We'll have you scheduled for next week. Woo, woo. And so there's a possibility. What I'm thinking we can do is we can line up maybe 3 or 4 different people to come on next week, and we can schedule them and get them to come on and share their stories one at a time. And so if one of them's not able to make it, we've still got a couple in the lineup. How does that sound?
Yeah, if all four if all 4 did make it, that would be a lot to cover in an hour. And so it goes both ways. You know, probably 1 or 2 may not make it, but it's almost as difficult, you know, because if they don't have time enough to really get into it, and then someone else doesn't really get to speak, I think as long as the email says, you know, if it becomes crowded, you know, we may have to roll one person over the next. That way you can kind of get into depth and get into some interesting stuff without having to kind of skip along the surface, because you've got to try to integrate 4 people that are there waiting.
Right. Okay, so 2 and 3
Yeah,
people, booking 2 or 3 at the max.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we can do that for next week. So we've got Chris there, and we can finish. We can finish right now if you want the script, or we can do that through email. I've already taken notes. I read over what you sent me on that one email, and that's on the first hour of this show. And so basically, you said that you're going to do like a 2-minute. Can you explain more what you're looking to do with that? And what does PSA mean?
Public service announcement. It's over a radio in Northern California. And I actually believe it's, I spoke with 2 radio stations up there. KZYX is the kind of the Mendocino, and K-Mud is the Humboldt. And I believe K-Mud is actually where the PSA is at. So I kind of got the 2 of them confused. So
Nice.
that would go up through K-Mud.
Nice. Very cool.
Yeah, it's an amazing radio station.
Have you already spoken with them and let them know that you're going to do the PSA?
Yeah, and they're the ones that said, you know, put it together, send it in, and I was just trying to. They said, you know, try to keep it at 2 minutes though, if possible.
Yeah, I think what you've already written can be said in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, you want to speak somewhat slowly. I mean, I tend to talk fast, and it's better to kind of articulate and leave a little space rather than try to jam in a half a page or something. So,
yeah, and repeat as well. Take time, repeat, allow a person to grab a pen. How many times are they going to make the announcement?
I think it kind of depends on their level of interest in it. And, you know, if it's something they think that their audience, and because I've been in that area a lot, if the program director, you know, the question is if that person's new and hasn't heard of me, but if they kind of get a wind of who I am, they know that there's a very large interested community out there. So they would play it a bit more often, because they know that people really would like to hear about it.
Right.
So
Right.
I have to contact and, you know, make sure they know that this is the same person that, you know, I mean, I used to kind of broadcast at their studio, and I worked out of the city they're in. And so, you know, it was a pretty known commodity.
Right.
But
Yeah. And
things turn over. So
how are they right now with the fires? I mean,
I'm sure it's an absolute mess. I have not spoke with them about that, but I know that, you know, that the whole area up there is either in the midst of it or very worried about it, and the air quality is really bad.
yeah, very disrupted.
Yeah.
Very disrupted. Yeah. So
on the other side of that, you know, something that is informative and holds opportunity and hope, and a bit of good news would be gladly accepted to distract themselves for a minute from the world they live in. So
Right.
that would be a plus for the PSAs, that it would, give people a chance to think that maybe something's going to go a little smoother than things have been. So I think they would, in general, any good news is something they'd like to spread around
Right.
to distract themselves.
Yeah. Hope is a very powerful thing, and hope in hope in something that's tangible and real, something that's happening. And I'm sure that quite a few people are going to be happy as well to know that you're doing well.
Yeah.
And it's probably been a while since the radio has broadcasted anything about you. How long has it been since those radios have mentioned you and what you're doing?
I think I did a couple of programs with a person that does their cannabis hour maybe a year or two ago. So it's not been 4 or 5 years. It's just been maybe a year and a half. So it'll.
1 second. I want to see if I can move my laptop.
Yeah, if you were perpendicular to the sun. Lost the audio. There you go. Lost it again. Did you pull your jack out?
Right there.
Okay.
Got it?
That works. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so that makes it a little bit better as far as
And if you go
as sun goes.
to a photographic screen, that really helps a lot. That way you're not dealing with so much with ambient light. You can go into a structure where the lighting is not sunshine.
Right.
So that it's maybe not quite as alive as a real backyard scene, but it can allow you to avoid yeah.
I've got that, and of course, now, so this can be played around with or whatever, but I'm thinking that, just for now, one of the things that we'll be doing is, the weather's only going to allow me to be out here on the back porch for maybe a couple more weeks anyway, and ideally, what I would want to have is in a dedicated room. I might have another area where I'll be broadcasting from as time goes on as well. I might have, I don't know. It's hard to say. Right now, this is where I'm at, and so ideally, I think maybe might be a green screen behind that I can put up in any room where I'm at, and I think I can make a green screen like with maybe some green construction paper or something of that nature, some poster board, and something that'll solve that problem. Something that I can move from one room to another, and then we'll be able to keep the.
And if you take a photograph of the green, then you can import that photograph as your background, and that way it's it's with you wherever you go.
Yeah, I could do that, but really, what I would do with the green background would be so that we can put on this, the filter with the. We can put on this image right there. You see? So, yeah, that's the idea. Having this image behind me, and you have your backyard, and right now I'm literally you see my backyard, and you're inside your home showing your backyard, but beautiful green foliage.
And I was up there just this morning. That was part of what kept me. I was working on the water supply for the microhydro turbine and
Mm-hmm.
bringing back a bunch of watercress. We're going to plant watercress all along the river and include that as much as possible. It's quite a nutritious vegetable.
Yes, watercress. Oh, talking about nutritious vegetable, let's talk about the sprouts.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the
Nutritious
sprouts.
vegetable. Yeah.
Yes. Tell me, doctor, where did you first hear about sprouts?
It was something that we came upon. Prior to sprouts, we were doing, well, so in the very beginning, I would take a leaf, spread it out, dry it, then blend it into a fine powder, put it in a capsule. I started out using dried leaves based on a patient who had been using dried leaf for migraines. So I decided that, she seemed pretty excited about what the leaf was doing for her. And then we moved, we were at a ICRS in Saint Savoie.
Can I ask you to do, can we do one favor? Can you,
Yeah.
Here, let's go back to gallery view. Can you close your head space, the head gap, just a little bit?
He moved down to 150 reps each of bench press.
You want just a little bit.
Yeah.
He didn't care how many sets it would
Perfect.
take.
Okay, continue.
All of the reps. As the weeks
And so we went from dried leaf to fresh leaf. And the fresh leaf was based on ICRS. There was a presentation about the synergy of the aromatic terpenes with the cannabinoids. And I knew that the drying was going to decrease the terpene content. So then we went to living plant. And then the big thing with green leaf was people were always saying, yeah, we got it in the spring, particularly outdoor growers, but it wasn't really available around the year. I mean, when Northern California, when the fall came in, they would, it would be, there wouldn't be any fresh cannabis growing, and so they wouldn't have it to put in their salad or to juice or blend or whatever. And so it was at that point where so many people didn't have access to cannabis leaf that we switched over to sprouts, because it was something that anyone could grow 365 days a year. And it was based on some information that I had.
So you guys were growing sprouts beforehand?
Well, it was when we were looking for a solution to the difficulty in having access to green leaf.
Is there any way that yeah, I'm picking up, I can hear quite a bit. I think it's the TV, the volume on the TV.
Yeah. Let me. I've been trying to get their attention. I'll be right back in a second.
All right. No worries. Let's see. Do another plug for Patty and Bruce. Some of the paste that Patty and Bruce had sent right there. And oh wow, he's got chata. It looks like you got some chata.
Who?
It looks like you've got some of those banana species hanging behind you.
Yeah, they are. I don't know how you saw that, but yeah, there's a couple of bunches hanging, ripening.
Nice. I was putting in a plug for Patty and Bruce again. Here's one of the bottles that they had sent. One of the bottles that they had sent. And another one of the bottles. And so And Patty and Bruce had mentioned the sprouts. They sent instructions and also some paste. And so I was thinking, Doctor, she's talking about Everest and fundraising. I'm talking about fundraising and earning some money so that we can invest back into the company. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up with Patty and Prince, Patty and Bruce, was possible affiliate sales. But I'm flexible on not reaching a type of agreement. But that is something that somebody did mention to me. And but as far as the main purpose that I want to get out of this podcast is the advancement of the understanding with sprouts. And so Patty and Bruce mentioned that they would pay for an analysis, but at the same time, I know that that's just one analysis. And so what I would like to do is do various analysis and study and create and I guess create some studies, make some studies around this. So tell me about the studies with the with did you guys do any type of analysis or any type of studies with the sprouts? What was your response with them? Did they work as good? Were they helping with alleviation and things like that? Can you expound on that?
Yeah, this a lot of this, like I said, arose from a Eastern European study in this very small text called Marijuana Chemistry, and there was discussion of a cannabinoid spike in the very early phase. I think it was between day 10 and 14. And so there was, that piqued my interest that, because most, the general understanding is that there's very little phytocannabinoid available in the first month of the plant's life. And that was kind of what I had read, learned, and was relying upon. And so this 4-day window of a significant spike, and based on the nature of the text, which was, it was a very early, could be a 60s or 70s book on marijuana chemistry. It was about psychoactivity, and you'll note, and it's a book that you should acquire, and it's a pretty quick read. And this was back in the day when CBD was a substance that altered or reduced the psychoactivity, and so there was quite a focus on reducing the amount of CBD in your cannabis because it was going to adversely affect the strength and the results of the THC aspect. So, I mean, I think their chemistry was sound. Their focus was, on the psychoactive end of it. But there was in there that this idea that there was a spike that occurred, and because of the nature of the text, I assumed that they would only have put it in there if it crossed that 10,000 microgram threshold, meaning that, is it possible that you could get high at that point? That I think was the kind of primary interest of the text. And so I have not spoke with the authors to confirm that assumption, but that was the basis of everything. And so then the idea of the sprout was that it brought the terpenes, which are kind of restricted to the living fresh plant, into your diet on a year-round basis. And so it was primarily a runaround and a response to the difficulty of keeping fresh green leaf. Those that were dedicated, or those that had tried it and liked it, they just committed the space to growing cannabis and using it. But for many people, that's can be a difficulty that can actually interfere with compliance.
Okay, so share some more on the book. Talk about who those authors are. Tell me anything and everything you can about that book.
Well, It's available, I think, on Amazon. I don't have the information in front of me. My entire library is in a 20-foot container in Northern California that we're still working to bring out to the island. So all of my texts, and there, I know I probably had hundreds of texts are awaiting shipment. So I don't have it in hand, though you can, like I said, you can pick it up online quite easily, and it belongs in every person that has a library. Like I said, it's a very early text.
What's the name of the book?
It's a little marijuana chemistry.
And the author?
Have to check with Amazon on that.
Let's see if I can pull it up.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull it up here. Well, I'm going to pull it up. You continue to talk, and if I can find it, I'll bring that up. How's that sound?
Yeah, and I was wondering, along the way, if you could show me the screen sharing, because I didn't see it easily. But that's you got it there.
In order to share screen, what you have to do at the bottom in the center, my screen shows. I'm going to share screen this. How's that sound?
See, I see it now. I had the cursor in the wrong place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's down here at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, see it now.
So I'm going to stop my share screen and let you practice around with yours a bit. Why don't you play
Well,
with
I had a so stop screen share. So, I mean, I have a lot of text and articles and things that I would import onto the screen and would set them up in advance and could move between them. I just, before I didn't have the cursor someplace else, and I didn't have all of these options at the bottom. So now it's pretty clear. And maybe if you just don't use it for a second, those disappear. But I'm pretty sure at this point, next week I'll be able to have a number of articles and charts and graphs. And
Go ahead and play with it right now, and we'll do it while we're on here, and we'll capture your growth there. And there's no wrong subject. Everything's valuable, and we're learning as we're going. So feel comfortable with that. And I'm going to search around. I'm going to write down the name of that book. What was the name of it again?
Marijuana Chemistry.
Okay, I'm going to search around for that for a second. Go ahead and play around with the screen share.
This was a series of analyses that we did, and we were looking at some seeds that came in from resin seeds out of Barcelona, Spain. And at the top, I reordered them by their CBD content. So this was took the initial information and reordered it. And we had this ACDC 22:1 was CBD to THC or CBDA to THCA. And this was a plant that really has found a lot of utility. This was done a long time ago, like 2000, maybe 11, 12, it was right here, tested on January 2011.
It shows very nice. Continue to talk all about this that you can.
Okay, so
I've never seen any of these types of certificates of analysis. Could you break everything down for me?
So we were looking at a series of cultivars, and the question that I have is, well, a lot of it. It's not organized so much for, here's stuff on COVID and on inflammation. A lot of interest at this point. Cannabis terpenes treat COVID-19. Are we sharing that as well? Here's cannabis on the immune system. This is
No, that's not coming up.
okay. So just going, I was just going, a chart I refer to often. This refers to only 7 of the 150 phytocannabinoids. It obviously gives a big play for the CBD, but it's interesting when you look at, and we had started talking about this, I think last time, the anti-anxiety.
This is the ACDC strain. I've got a friend of mine in Northern California, a buddy of mine named Tom. What's up? Shout out to Tom. Tom, I hope you're watching this. Right now we are at, the time is on the video, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Tom, I'm gonna give a shout out to you and let you know I'm gonna share this video as you're seeing, watching it, and looking at 140, 141 on the timestamp. Take a look at what the doctor has here.
And so this pie chart is not about the ACDC, but this is more of a generic representation of some of the different functions of, like I said, 7 of the 150 phytocannabinoids. The screen back here is of the series of cultivars that were analyzed. What came out of this particular series is we were fortunate enough to kind of find, let me see if I can, I guess I can walk around with this. The one that we were most interested in at that point was the 22% CBD acid. And it was from this analysis that we began to move some of our focus from CBD to CBDA. When I first became involved in cannabinoid medicine, I was very interested in CBD, but because of this analysis, I suddenly had a plant that was very.
Doctor, is this
there
the
we go.
book?
There's our marijuana. That is the book.
Okay, so Marijuana Chemistry, Genetics Processing, and Potency by Michael Starks. So I'm going to stop sharing, come back out. That's the book you're referring to that mentions sprouts and a spike.
Yeah, and if you wanted to send me a Christmas present, that would be the only thing that I would need from my stocking, because it's going to be a while before we get the entire container out here, but that's a very interesting little book. And they said it's very old, it's very small, but the historical perspective, does it give you a date of publication on that last page?
Let me take a look here. 1 second. Share screen. Share date of publication. Let me go back. Got it.
And lots of times you can leaf through the book. Depends on what site you're at.
Image results for the book. There's quite a bit of images. And go back to the web. Subsequent edition is showing 1993. This one, that's a different book. Yeah. Michael Starks. Are you a ganjapreneur? Maybe. I don't want that yet. Yeah, Ganjapreneur is the website. It doesn't go into the details of the book. Well, here we go. Read, reviews, and buy. I'd have to search around and see what the original date for the publication
Well,
is.
the Amazon should look inside. Go look inside up there.
And which part?
If you look inside, you could get to the first page.
Click there.
You see the look inside arrow?
There we go.
Yeah, 1977. Okay. I think that was the year I started medical school.
Wow.
Uh,
The year you started medical school. Hey, which we didn't mention before. Where did you have your medical schooling?
I went to Wayne State University, which is in Detroit, Michigan. And that is quite a whole experience.
Why don't we dive into that? And we've made a plug for the book. People can look that up. We can do some more research on that. I need to read up on it anyway. So why don't we talk about 1977, the year you're starting medical school? Why don't you dive into that for maybe 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes? Could you do that?
Yeah, if we go back actually a couple of years before I started medical school, you know, when I was applying for medical school and applied, you know, around the country, 3 or 4 different programs, and Wayne State was it was a place where you know, I was very interested in nutrition. I had studied nutrition in college, and I felt that had a place in the physician's training, and they were thinking that, you know, maybe I should become a nutritionist. That I seemed to be a little too focused on nutrition, and at that point I was thinking that maybe a little more focus on prevention would be valuable, rather than waiting until someone became sick and then launch off on extensive treatments. But so there was a little bit of conflict.
Is there a way we can increase your bandwidth? It says your bandwidth is low.
Yes. Let me hold on one second. I'll see what's going on in the kitchen in terms of competing bandwidth usage. 1 second. Are you
Okay, no
guys on
problem.
the internet? They're going to try to switch over to recorded items, which would give us more bandwidth. And push comes to shove, I could actually try to relocate next to the Wi-Fi box if once they get off. See, does that pick up?
Well, maybe. I also decided to begin recording this for the first time, secondarily recording through the Zoom program. And just in case our quality does not come back, or our stream bandwidth doesn't do its job, then we've got that. I think last Wednesday I had a problem because I thought I was streaming live to Facebook, which I also made an announcement at the beginning of this video that I'm not going to do that anymore when it comes to actual podcast stuff, because for some reason it didn't get recorded, and I lost 3 hours of video for the first episode of Prospector's Library TV, which was kind of a little disheartening. But so I'm thinking that from now on, we're going to be trying to do the live stream, and I'm going to begin recording. And so if for some reason the video comes up rather poor on the YouTube stream, because maybe of a low bandwidth or any other type of connection issue, we'll still have the record. And I didn't try it before because I didn't want to overload the computer, but now I'm going to step up and see what we can do, push the limits, I suppose, on this computer. I also anticipate that, you know, we're going to have to. Oh, I mentioned also that the Cray 3. I mentioned that. I'm like, I looked into that thing.
You're going to get a Cray 3? That's good. I like the liquid nitrogen cooled Cray 3s.
No, I'm probably not going to get a Cray 3. Okay, so let's start back over and talk about we mentioned 1977. We mentioned the book, the year that it was published, and then you had mentioned the medical school. That's when you started. I asked for you to jump in on that, and you wanted to back up a little bit more because your interest was, you mentioned wanting to study on how to prevent disease as opposed to just treat it. So let's pick up off from there.
And so the medical school was, we're not nutritionists, we're physicians. And their kind of thought was, we treat people that are sick. We don't really deal with people that are healthy. And so they were thinking that maybe I was not really ideally suited for studying medicine, which is the study of disease and the treatment of disease, rather than looking at ways of preventing disease. That they seem to think that that was really not a mandate for the physician, and interesting.
Which is kind of, in my opinion, that's kind of a strange thing. I mean, isn't that exactly what they're supposed to be doing? I mean, you're supposed to be making people well, so as opposed to just treating their sickness or the disease. So I mean, you'd think it would be automatic, but maybe it's because of their training, their preconceived ideas, notions, what they're used to always doing, institutional policies, possibly just the overall mindset in the community where they got their education, may have led towards that type of thought process. Because you're coming into the situation as a person who's saying, hey, look, we can possibly solve this problem, and we can possibly help prevent disease as opposed to just treat it and cure it. So, you're coming into this not knowing much about anything, as a student. And so you're discovering, firsthand with your experience that type of mentality wasn't even available, and in some ways even discouraged. So you were that was quite did that come quite as a shock to you? Were you surprised that no one would be interested in trying to prevent the disease?
It was very disturbing, and along that same path. This was a fairly large medical school. There was, I think, 250 students per class, and so there'd be, could be 1,000 people in the program. And they had this incredible industrial kitchen where people could, where initially food was prepared. And I was excited about that because I was thinking that if every day you had whatever food was presented, you were provided, a guideline as to what minerals and vitamins and what particular benefits, and you would do 2 weeks of anti-diabetic, and 2 weeks of antihypertensive, 2 weeks of a weight loss, so that you could get some real experience in terms of, this is going to be a rough diet, but if you really are going to control the blood pressure, you're going to move for weight loss, you would have personal experience in it and be able to relate personally with the individual that you were recommending a particular diet to. And I was thinking that would be such an incredible educational opportunity to experience that. And instead, they shut down this incredibly expensive professional kitchen and brought in 45 vending machines. And they fed the medical students cellophane sandwiches that were made 10 years previously. And I was really beside myself that, that this opportunity for incredible education and diet and nutrition and special diets and, personal experience in that area was going to be turned over to a vending machine service that really had no interest in any of that. And, there were several points along the way where, I nearly parted ways with the medical school because my focus really was on the prevention of disease through dietary means, and at least supporting health and supporting any kind of treatment of a condition through dietary choice and selection. And, you know, we were a bit of loggerheads. I don't hear your voice.
Yeah, I imagine it was kind of a tough situation. So, well, you know, that was doing the math. We're now in the year 2020. So that's 43 years ago. And in today's world, I can tell you from my perspective, limited perspective, studying methods of preventing disease. 20 years ago, I began to sell vitamins. And so I was introduced into the thinking and understanding that medical industry is not into preventing and even studying and recognizing benefits of vitamins. But now I can tell you, I'm not for sure what the mentality was in the area where I'm at back 20 years ago, but I can tell you with my children's pediatrician, I was actually quite thankful, but I wouldn't say that I was necessarily surprised, but I definitely took note at the fact that the pediatrician was interested in hearing about the food that I'm feeding my children, which of course I love learning about how to better, you know, how to take care of myself the best of my ability. And I feel that it's my obligation as a human to pass that information on to my children. And so giving them the best food possible, which allows them to have a better brain development, you know, is obviously that's the path to go, you know, logically, for me anyway. So when I hear the pediatrician asking me, are you giving the kids any type of seeds, such as almonds? I told her, I said, yeah, I definitely give the kids almonds. We eat sunflower seeds. We have, what was the other?
Pumpkin.
No, we
Pumpkin.
haven't done pumpkin, but walnuts, and so that was just that's what we've been eating right now. That I've been including in their diet when she mentioned, at least. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is 43 years ago is a whole different world compared to this year. And so I'm thinking that the medical schools today, and even possibly that same medical school, it probably doesn't have the same type of thinking. What's your thoughts on that?
I've been out of touch, and so I would certainly hope that they have come to embrace, you know, the value of nutrition and disease prevention. I know in general, medical schools we've got a lot of medical conditions that we need to educate people about, in terms of their diagnosis, the differential diagnosis, and then we got to come up with current therapies and treatments. So they have you know, an incredible task laid out before them. I think I've heard that, you know, going from pre-medical education to post-medical, you pick up over a 50,000 word vocabulary. I mean, so you're learning a whole new language, and that undertaking by itself is quite significant. And so you get each and every division in medicine having its own priority as to where you should focus your time. And there's obviously so much to cover that, you know, you're only going to get a thumbnail sketch of a lot of subjects. And so unfortunately, nutrition is one of them that they, at least in my school and training, I mean, after I graduated from medical school, and then I went to San Francisco for my internship and residency, I beginning to do lectures in the area, and was called to do some presentations at UCSF. And it was interesting because
What's
after
what's UCSF?
University of California, San Francisco.
And so you were at the first school. Would you mention that one more time? The medical school.
So medical school was in Detroit. I was born and raised in Michigan, so I went to a Michigan medical school.
What was the name of that one?
Wayne State University.
State.
And then I went out to
And
California.
so how long were you studying there for?
It's a 4-year program. The last couple of years have some clinical elements to it. The first 2 are strictly book learning, and then you switch over to begin doing rotations at various hospitals and getting some clinical background. Then once you've graduated from medical school, then you do your 1-year internship. That's your first full clinical year. And I had applied and went to San Francisco, California Pacific Medical Center to do my after school studies, my clinical training. And San Francisco, in some ways, I was kind of inclined to the climate and the background of California, and so fit in rather well. And my leaving the Midwest was appropriate because my interests were probably more liberal than were embraced by individuals in Michigan.
Okay, so tell me, so that we can focus on the time when you were in your medical school and you were wanting to pursue the understanding that prevention through diet, and but you continued on in school even though that was one of the things that you voiced. And so did you graduate? You graduated from Wayne State, and what was your doctorate? Doctorate in medical, or how does that work? Could you explain that?
So I went to Wayne State for my medical school education, and then once you graduate from a 4-year medical school, then you go into your training years, your internship and residency. But in the medical school, we nearly came to blows or parting ways because I was so adamant that nutritional education was essential for physicians, and the idea that they had this incredibly expensive, well-built kitchen that could prepare very important diets, and that just by the fact that every day you were eating in this cafeteria, you could learn so much about nutrition, of all the elements of whatever was on the menu that day. If there was a page that came along with it, and it told you about the contents and the benefits and deficiencies, and it just seemed like such an educational opportunity. I just was adamant that we use the lunch hour to learn about food. And I just
how adamant were you? And the reason I want to dive into this subject is because you mentioned this online in some of the other videos that I've seen. And so people who are looking you up and wanting to listen to everything that you have, consume every ounce of information, will come across the same video. So let's dive into the story behind you putting up resistance while you were in medical school. So what did you do? Could you break down everything that happened?
Yeah, but it's when I first went in my first year of medical education at Wayne State, and like I said, the first 2 years are generally book learning, and so you've got all the various courses and subjects, and you're in a university, and then you go to the cafeteria and you have your lunch, then you have classes in the afternoon, and so it's a very intense book learning period. You're going to learn a 50,000 word vocabulary. It's crazy intense book learning, and so the lunch hour is like a really nice break. You're not in a lecture hall. You've got a chance to focus. And
50,000 word vocabulary. 50,000 word vocabulary for your terminology.
I believe that you should fact check that, but that roughly is what a physician learns in the course of a medical education. And and possibly your internship and residency afterwards. So your vocabulary continues to grow as you go from book learning to clinical rotations, and then off into your actual.
50,000 seems like a lot of words.
There's a lot of words in medicine, which is, like I said, if you would check that just to confirm that, but that, and I've always
I'm gonna check into it, but really, I just wanted to note that out for people, because just the regular everyday common folk, when they're listening, and like, because I'm coming from the position where I've never went to medical school, and I know that my sister, she's an RN, and I know that she's had to do a lot of study, and I've talked to a lot of doctors, obviously, throughout my life, that I meet along the way, but most people don't understand the amount of training it goes into. So that was really the emphasis. Even if you're off by 10,000, or even if you've overblown it by twice, still, I mean, you look at a dictionary, and I think I took down to Honduras, I think it was a 5 or a 10,000 word dictionary, and it took me 2.5 years of having it in my pocket and reading it every day and learning how to speak the language before I didn't need it anymore. But I couldn't imagine 25,000 or even 50,000 words that I would have to learn in a 2-year period. Like that's like, I don't know how, I wouldn't know how to comprehend learning that many terms.
And it was very interesting because Wayne State in the period 77 to 82 or whatever, it was an older fashioned school, and it wasn't cutting edge California in terms of its education. And a lot of the Stanford and a lot of the California institutions, they would give you a 3-month period. They would test you on that 3-month period, and then they would not test you again. But Wayne State in Detroit was, say, in anatomy or whatever the subject matter was, is we're going to do your first semester, your second semester, or your first term, your second term, your third term. And then at the end of that, they test you over the entire subject matter. So rather than you study really hard for 3 months, get tested, then you're done with that. Then you go to the next 3 months, study that, test, and be done with that. Wayne State gives you 3 months. There's a minor test there. Then they give you another 6 months, and they give you another 9 months.
They did at the time.
Yeah, did at the time. And so, at the end of the year, you would, the anatomy test would be over the entire body, not just the head and neck, not just the stomach and GI, not just the musculoskeletal. I mean, at the end of the year, it was like the entire anatomy was part of the exam. And given my concerns about, I came from a relatively simple background, feeling I was maybe in a bit over my head, I studied crazy to excess. And I would go into this annual exam of the entire body. And I had studied so much that I spent the entire test evaluating how well the questions were written. Like how much time did they put into the question? They're trying to see if you could distinguish between a nerve and an artery that were in the same area that has similar name. And so I evaluated the questions and was rating the person that made them by how much thought and effort they put into writing the question. And a fellow that I went to medical school with was one of those really, really intelligent type of people. And he would, whatever the passing grade was for an exam, he would do 2 questions past that and then walk out of the exam. And so like say 75 correct answers was passing, he would answer 77 questions and then wouldn't even take the rest of the test. He'd just walk out because he said, I could make a stupid error or 2. And so I'll take 2 additional questions in case I made a mistake, but I'm not going to answer all these questions. I got to go out and play basketball. I got stuff to do. And there's so many things. There's so many things.
So that was one of your peers in school. Did you go to school with him those 4 years?
I went to school with him 4 years. He and I think, were the only 2 that moved to California for our residency. He went south to LA.
Wow. What's he up to? What's he up to right now?
We stayed in close contact. Our children graduated from high school together in Mendocino.
So wait, this is the
Um,
same. This is the same guy
Yeah.
who mentioned to you look into marijuana, and you
Yeah.
were like, "Wait a minute, hold up, what?"
Yeah. This was after medical school, after we moved to California, after we finished our residency, after we went into private practice, after he moved from Southern California up to Northern California. So now we were living in the same part of the state, and he goes, would you approve of my use of cannabis? And I was like, you need Nubain, you need, any kind of pain control and anti-inflammatory steroids. We got the full phalanx of pharmaceutical science, and you're telling me that this plant does something for you that we can't do in spades with pharmaceutical chemistry? I mean, because I was a bit of a geek about microbiology and chemistry and the synthesis of those two, and so I was just like crazy about that stuff. And here he was saying, here's a plant that really gives me a lot of anti-inflammatory relief, and it was like, what? You want anti-inflammatories? We could shut down your anti-inflammatory system dead cold. Like, well, what are you telling me? And but
And how
because
old so you're 67 now, right?
yeah, true.
And so this was about 14 years ago, approximately, maybe 13 years ago. So you were,
At least.
you said the late 2000s, wasn't it?
Or the mid 2000s was when I first.
Yeah, so maybe 2005, 2004, 2003, after 9/11. After 9/11.
Yeah. Yeah.
So after 9/11, you had, let's see, at the year 9/11, you graduated from Wayne State in 81, or did you graduate in 77?
No, 77 is when I started. 82 graduated, and then
Okay.
3 years in San Francisco.
So 82, so you had graduated from medical school. It had been close to 20 years since you graduated from medical school. Both of you two had left Wayne State and moved to Northern California together. Not necessarily together, but your children grew up in the same high school.
Well, if you want all the really steamy details,
No, I'll draw them out. I'll draw them out. But
okay,
it's a
so
guess.
I mean, if this is about as steamy as it gets. Harry Lewis, he's the fellow who was going to play rugby with people from England, had never played rugby before, and was stuck in the back of a Volkswagen, and he was reading one of those how to play rugby guidebooks, and he was going to go down to New Orleans and play rugby with professional rugby players from England, and I was concerned. I mean,
we're talking the same guy. What's his name?
Harry Lewis, Dr.
Okay.
Harry Lewis.
Okay, so we're still on the same subject, and we don't want to go too far off though, because we want to get back to your testing. You was with Harry Lewis, Dr. Harry Lewis, in school at Wayne State. Yeah. And then he was taking tests, and if he needed a 75, he would do a 77 just in case. But he was like, "I'm going to go play sports," and you're saying that the guy was incredibly smart. And but let's stay on that.
He had a squat rack. He had to squat hundreds of pounds and a ridiculous amount of weight just to kind of burn up energy. And he'd go climb rope. He would hold his legs out in a V shape and climb a rope with the rope between his legs and his legs at a 45.
This is in college.
Yeah, this was in medical school.
Okay, so why did he have to do that? Was he in a sports program?
No. He just had so much energy. He needed to kind of burn through some of it to kind of be able to calm down. And he and I, when we were studying for medical exams, we would drive 60, 90 miles away to University of Michigan and study in the law library to kind of get away from some of our peers. Our peers were, doing anti-anxiety medicines to calm down, and he and Harry and I were on the other end.
Why was there anxiety? Was it because of the workload?
The workload and getting a good score and what residency. I mean, they're just like all tweaked out about, hey, what am I going to do once I get out of medical school, and I got to get a really good score so that I can go to the right residency, and and Harry and I were hiding out in the law library 60 miles away so that we could, kind of do what we needed to do to pass the exams, but not kind of do that.
Waiting for a baby to be born like fuck later.
And then Kristen just added that she was born in 1979, which was 2 years after I had entered medical
Started
school.
college, yeah.
Yeah, so I was in the middle, and then she
Tell
was.
them that when people get weird with the age difference thing, I tell them you delivered me and you decided I'm gonna nail that baby later in life.
I'm not gonna, he's gonna have to edit. No, he got it. He's gonna have to edit.
You love it.
He's gonna have to
No,
edit this.
No,
Here she
I'm
is.
not gonna edit that. She's gonna say it. You're gonna say
I
it.
only ever wear one anyway.
Tell them exactly what you want to say.
I'm telling you right now. No, I only need one. You should hear it. Okay. All right, whatever.
Yeah, do it.
Whatever.
You're gonna tell people that
People over the years, people are like
Uh-huh.
especially guys that are like 50 and 60 would be like, what did he do? What did he say to like make you like want him? Like there's like a playbook. Like you do X,
tell it
Y
all. Tell
will
it all.
happen. Like no. And like it
Everything's
got to be
okay.
annoying.
Everything's
Yeah.
okay. Everything's okay
And,
as long as you two are legit, right? You know.
Yeah, and then there'd be like angry women that'd be like, what did he do to you to make you? So like having to see sometimes like
let's dive into it. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, having to see like 30, 40 patients a day.
Let me tell you why. Because because in our culture, this is just an idea that we have in our mind. But if you go to other cultures, like I know lots of people in Honduras who are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and they've got a 19, 25, 30-year-old wife. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, there's a whole show called 90 Day Fiance. It's great for binge watching. It's great.
So, but you like to pop people's bubble, and that's really what you want to do. You want to burst their bubble. So, like,
Yeah,
you would tell them that he delivered you.
If you're gonna fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you too. So I would tell people that I was like, it was 1979, and he was in residency in San Francisco, and he delivered me, and he said, as soon as that baby is of legal age, I'm gonna nail her. And I like to watch the look on people's face. It was awesome.
You sound
like,
so much you sound like me so much. I love
nail that baby as soon as it gets old enough.
I love screwing with people. Like, it really pisses my family off.
No, it pisses my family off to no end because I do it to them all the time.
So do
I love pissing them off.
I love it. I love doing that.
No, like this is like horrible and sick, but like my brother has cancer and I'm so worried about him and I want to call him when I get off the phone with you. I'm just going to I've already decided I'm just going to complain about my life. I'm going to be like, look, you're going through a lot right now. I'm going to complain about my life. It'll make you feel better. Like I've been dying before. You came out to visit me. I didn't die. Like you're probably not going to die. Let me tell you what shit my life is right now. I don't want to hear about your concerns. I'm just going to lay it on you. What's up with me? I bet you it'll cheer him up.
Where's he at right now?
Chicago. Suburbs of Chicago. Wheaton.
Who was it? Oh, it was Ann Arbor.
Should go see him.
Listen, it was Ann Arbor who just decriminalized nature.
Oh my
they
God.
passed
Everyone
it
in Ann Arbor is
unanimously.
high.
They passed it. They passed it with a unanimous decision. They're decriminalizing psilocybin.
Wow.
They just did that last week, and I thought Ann Arbor. I was like, that's where this was after the
people
doctor
in Ann
had
Arbor
explained
should
to me.
send me psilocybin. Just put it like a thing out there that people in Ann Arbor should send me psilocybin.
No. How about let's say it like this? What you need
to prepare for Everest.
No, we're going to prepare for Everest. What you would need is what you'd want to say
Yeah, I'm
do you need-
swimming every day for the next year to
No,
get ready.
no, no, you don't want to do
Up
that.
Everest.
No,
Oh,
I've been studying it out, like doctor type, studying it out and reading and researching on psilocybin. And I haven't tried any yet, but I'm definitely
you've
gearing
never
up for
tried
it.
it?
No,
You've never
I'm a
tried
virgin.
it?
I'm a virgin.
Oh, touched for the very first time.
I'm gonna be touched for the very first time. And I'm saving my
Well-
virginity. I've been saving my virginity. I said that to the lady the other day.
I haven't been a virgin since 11, so I really can't help you there.
I was 15, but wait a minute. We're talking about two different subjects, are we?
Yeah.
All right. But so the doctor met
sorta.
you. So the doctor met you early?
No.
Just kidding.
People climbed that mountain before he scaled it, but I like to tell him he's the only one, even despite the fact that I've been married before.
Oh.
Never consummated it though.
Oh, that's brutally transparent, or maybe it's not. Maybe she's just making it all up.
My first husband was born 1 day and 1 year after William, or before William. He's older.
Mm.
Also, in an interesting twist of fate, William
You
was
like
a younger
you
man to me.
you like older men? Why is that?
William
Is it-
stole me away from a younger man, an older man that was 8 years older than him.
What do you?
So,
What is it with you? Tell me why you.
I don't know.
Like
My
older
first love was Reagan and then Columbo. Not kidding. No, I've dated people my own age too. Like, I've been engaged to a lot of people.
This
that
this
were
this
my own
interview
age
is the
as well,
this is
but
the this is the hallmark
the dirt
interview
on
of my
Kristen,
career.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, well, cool. No, but no, I always had a thing for old dudes. They say it's because you have a bad relationship with your dad, but I don't have a bad relationship with my dad. So I think psychiatrists just want to fuck young girls. So whatever.
I think what it comes down to is people just make up shit that they think is the right connection, but and they do it
People
sometimes
want to be
without doing their homework.
judgmental. Yeah,
That's
I
it.
know what
We're learning. We're learning. We're learning.
the last dude that, well, no, the third to last guy that proposed to me was like, I love you and I know you love me too. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, yeah, but when I get to Harvard, I'm really gonna probably follow a guy like 30 years older than me and break your heart, which, I did end up breaking his heart, and it didn't bother me that much. It maybe should have bothered me more. Sorry, Rob.
Doctor,
But
Boston, dude, do you know how far away Harvard is from me right now?
not that far.
Literally like 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, I wanted to go there because I thought, I got the grades, and at the same time, people talk a whole heap of shit all the time, but if you went to Harvard, they actually listen to you. And
Right.
I would never have to, care about the crazy shit I said again if I went to Harvard. That was why I wanted to go there. And I also thought I was sick of professors telling me you're throwing your career away studying cannabis. And I thought, no, you already threw your career away because you're living in the fucking Midwest.
Wait a
and
minute.
it's
Wait a
cold.
minute. So listen. This is where we really want to get down to the nitty gritty, because
All
I
right.
wanted to get you on here to talk about cannabis.
Okay.
So I know the doctor's pulling up this thing here, but I want you. Can we let you take over?
Well, I usually tend to. He said I can't take a shower because
You
it'll
can turn your screen
make a-
off. Why don't you
All
turn your
right.
screen
Well,
off?
no,
and then
it's
have a
off.
seat?
I'll talk. I'll talk. I'm fine with that. Hold on, William. Bring me something to drink. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
talk.
Yeah, give me a drink.
Yeah. Some of that banana shit I make. All right, I'll have that and more. I don't care. I'm
You're
going
like
Everest.
you're like a superhero. You know that.
No, I'm just a weird girl on a trip to save everyone with cannabis. And that's really who I am.
That's what
In a
superheroes
nutshell.
are. You just explained a superhero. You did. Like, you literally, I told you that you're like a superhero, and then you're like, no, I'm just this. That's exactly what a superhero is.
I don't know. I can't be anything other than I can be. I was watching I Survived the other
I know
day.
how you feel, because I'm the same
And-
fucking way. I'm the same fucking way. I can't fucking stand it. Like, this stuff for me, like, my fucking family right now is shitting bricks. Like, my fucking family is shitting bricks with me on this podcast. I'm not.
You're one of the few people that I actually feel I can relate to. And today I'm watching I Survived with the kids, like some TLC show. And I'm like, oh, I wish I had a cool story about dying. And the kids looked at me and they're like, you've died like 700 times. And I was like, oh yeah.
But now let's not get into that yet, because I don't want to flip people out. We need to bring them in on a lower landing. But what you're basically,
well, I have a syndrome where I die frequently.
Hold on.
People have all kinds of weird shit. A dude grew like a tree out of his hand. A girl was born without a face. Kids are born without an anus. Like, shit happens to people. I just happen to die a lot.
Listen, what you just said
It's really
right
not
there.
that big of a deal.
No, what you just said right there. That was one of the things that I did not know before I reached out to you.
Yeah.
That I wanted you on, and I didn't, and then you brought that up afterward, and I'm definitely going to talk to you about it. And what the topic of that subject is it's called near-death experiences. That's related subject matter, and I've done a lot of study on that. And that's one of the target people that I want to bring onto this podcast, just the general podcast, not necessarily Cannabis Library TV. And I didn't think that we were going to be doing Cannabis Library TV at the start. I didn't know that I was going to have like 2 shows already active by the time I got you on, plus having 2 more in the lineup that I'm going to be filling in, one Sunday noon, one Sunday evening, one Saturday night, and one on the Wednesday in the evening. Like, I've got 2 of them now. And I wanted to bring you on, and you're like 700 deaths. And I'm thinking, well, I've heard God's voice. I've heard a sound on the other side of the
Yeah, I have heard God's voice. I talk to him frequently. And I think the most interesting thing about dying frequently is when you tell people that, almost everybody's got a story about, yeah, I had this near-death experience. And people that you think are like super normal and like they've never told anybody because they think it's like, something that their whole family would disown them and they don't want to say it.
Yeah.
And I have literally hundreds of people coming forward to me on Facebook and people that I've known that are like the straightest, most conservative, normal people you'd ever know that are like, yeah, I've spoken to God. And we all have the same experience.
Like when you're talking like a mystical experience that only they have that's unique, but yet everybody's got a little bit of a taste of it. Well, I got a friend of mine too, who told me the same thing. He said he had a heart attack and he died and he came back and he says he doesn't really like it here.
Yeah, I mean, the weather is way better over there. In general, I've had the chance to decide whether I wanted to come back most of the time. Some of the time they kind of like, they rip you back into existence.
Okay, so now I'm gonna tear you. Hold on, I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this for the favor of the viewer. Okay. So, for the favor of the viewer, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate and be a skeptical.
Viewer. Yeah, is it a trick of the brain that everybody feels it the same way because you're going out and that's what your brain wants you to do for sleepiness?
No, that's not what I'm going out with this. What I'm doing is I'm gonna ask you a series of questions and I'm gonna drill you. I want to know why you believe that you have died, and I want to know how you've reached the conclusion that it's an actual condition as opposed to some type of imagination or vision that you have inside your brain. That's what we're gonna do.
Because I actually have died and people have to bring me back with like you know.
Now we're
beating on my
into the
chest.
juicy. Now we're into the juicy spot. So you were able to
Yeah,
prepare.
like they have, like I've been dead, and they have to like give me.
Or how long were you
CPR
dead? How many
dead.
times? Tell me one instance.
One instance, out of the time we went to the hospital, and I kept dying in the car on the way, probably 40 times just in the car. And I would die and hit the, the front of the car, and just William would have to pull over when there was a safe spot, which there aren't a lot of them in the third world. And
Well, you're on
force me back
an
into life.
island. You're on an island that's only like 26 miles long, though. But still, you know.
Yeah, but the roads are shit.
The roads are shit where you're at. You're in the center of the island. I looked up where you guys are. It's an amazing place.
We're
And
in the
by
deep
way,
jungle. We live in a rainforest. You
Yeah,
know,
well,
we
and
don't.
I want
have
to. I want to be
stuff.
your neighbor. By the way, I do. Like I
can't
really
wait.
do. But I
can't
really
wait.
no. Like
Well,
you don't
I
even
hope
know.
you're slightly serious.
No, it's not even slightly serious. Like you don't
My
even know
neighbor
how
sucks.
dangerously. You don't even know how dangerous.
It's not dangerous to me. I have to deal
Not
with
dangerous,
my
but I mean
neighbor.
like that will startle people. You know, like it really.
My neighbor
will
came
startle.
over and punched me.
No,
and then I smacked him in the head, and he pulled a gun on me. And
No, like
I'm not even kidding.
You
No,
have,
we're
you
in
have,
like court.
You have
I have
no
a crazy
idea.
ass neighbor.
Like you have no idea like how my family reacted when I said, "Hey, I'm gonna sell my painting company. I'm leaving my house behind. I'm gonna become a gold miner, and I'm going to Honduras." They said, "You're fucking crazy," and I said, "No, I'm not. Well, I might be, but I don't think I am. I'm gonna go do it." And when I'm sitting here like with you right now, I'm like dead serious. And I told my family, I said, we're gonna have 3 offices. I'm gonna keep my office here in the Boston area. We're gonna open up an office in Honduras, and we're gonna open up an office in Dominica. And I'm like, I fucking literally said that to people, and they may think, he's just talking bullshit. No, like that's on Solomon's Treasures strategy for expansion for next year.
You'd be a way better neighbor. I mean, everyone else on the block is cool, but the next door neighbor sucks, and I hate him. I don't try to hate people, but like I really don't like him.
It's going to be like a secondary or a third or a tertiary home.
He pulled a Glock on me once, and I smacked him in the face.
That's so fucked up.
And I was like, when my, from Princess Bride, that line, like, when my hand flies again on its own.
Your fucking neighbor, your fucking neighbor pulled a gun on you and you smacked him.
Yeah, like 6 times. And then he called the cops, and the cops were laughing. They were like, white woman smacking you.
I'm sorry. I should really choose my words carefully. Like if I was Joe Rogan, I would probably say, what a fucking pussy, right?
Yeah, no.
You're gonna pull a gun on somebody, at least like from me, right?
I didn't care. I was like, I'm sick and dying anyway. Put me out of my misery, or fucking man up. You don't have the balls to do it. You're a fucking dipshit.
But he pointed it.
Yeah.
Because where I come from in Missouri, if you point a gun at somebody, it's because you're going to pull the trigger on them.
No, he was a pussy, and he knew he had an unlicensed weapon, and his son ended up trying to shoot at my kids, and he's in jail now.
Yeah, well, he's definitely a pussy because he didn't pull the trigger. If you're going to point a gun at somebody,
it's not indicative of this country or this situation. This situation happened with the people that lived here before, and they are just carrying it out. And that is not how the people normally are.
No, it's not.
He's just one crazy idiot.
It's the same thing in Honduras. Same thing in Honduras. I've had somebody pull a gun on me, and you know what I did? I stood up, I put my arms out, and I got face to face with him, almost nose to nose. And I said, "Are you gonna shoot me?" And it scared the living, loving shit out of him. And I didn't know at the time, but he was actually a for-hire assassin, and I was running around with the fucking guy. And that's when I woke up that night, like when they had to break it down to me that, hey, Honduras, there's no law. And I'm like, tell me what you're talking about. He says, tomorrow he's going to kill you when you get out of this house. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's going to, because he pushed me away. He pointed the gun at the floor. And first he had it at my chest. And then he's like, you need to sit back down. I said, I ain't sitting back down. And he put 2 on the floor, one next to each on each of my sides, 2 bullets inside of his aunt's house. on like a Saturday or a Sunday evening. I think it was a Sunday evening. And his family was inside the house.
Like
And
it's worse because it's Sunday. It's supposed to be the day of rest.
It's like, and his aunt owns a Christian television. At the time, she owned a Christian television network. And he shot off the gun on the floor. He shot off the gun on the floor, on her ceramic tile floor. One bullet next to me, one on the other side. And then he said to sit back down again. And I jumped because I knew immediately, number one, I got to act like something weird's going on. And like got to do something like I was surprised that he would actually do it type of shit, because I also knew at the time that he wasn't going to do it, but like he was going to try to still be a dick, you know. So I tried to like create like a show, you know, like, oh dude, I didn't think you'd really fucking shoot off the gun. Are you fucking crazy? He's like, sit back down. I was like, I'm definitely not sitting down now, you know what I mean? And his family came in after he shot off 2 more rounds. Shot off 2 more rounds at my feet.
Pasta, and it's kind of
and
sorry.
I stood in between another person. As I realized that they were just talking shit. One guy pointed the gun at the other guy, and it was a crazy story. I don't even have time to get into it, but I looked at the situation and saw, hey, this guy's not even going to pull the trigger. He's just like trying to bitch at the guy. And I was actually on a horse or a mule, and I got off and walked up to the guy, and I said, hey, because I just had a conversation with him before the guy. Anyway, it's a fucking crazy story, but I'm like, look, man, put the gun down and talk to the guy. If you're gonna fucking shoot him, shoot him. Don't fucking talk to the guy with a gun to him.
Yeah, I mean,
like, what are you doing?
You gotta wave it around. You're a pussy.
That's what I'm saying.
Do it or don't do it.
You
You rip the bandage off or whatever.
Right. If you're
The
gonna do it.
first time I had a gun pulled on me, it was William's ex-wife.
Oh, fuck.
And she had a 45, and
it's a big bullet.
I'd only been with William for like 2 weeks.
Oh.
And I was like, I ran in front of him and I said, no, don't kill him. Kill me instead, because you're such a loser. Like, your kids, like, they need somebody that is good in their life. I'll die to save him for your children. And she was smoking a cigarette like the whole time. And drunk as fuck. And then she was like, oh,
that's
honey,
dangerous. I'll
shoot through you and kill him at the same time. And then I was like, oh, fuck. I hadn't thought about that. Like, I was like, she's got me. And then I was like really upset.
She trumped you.
Yeah, I was like, damn it. I hadn't really thought this through, and I don't really know this dude that well. I
didn't expect that answer.
But the fact is, like, the kids were like going in the fridge and like coming in the kitchen like nothing was normal. So I figured that she probably didn't have bullets in the gun, or they would have gotten out of the way. So I proceeded to keep, trash talking her. And then she got the garden. Then she admitted she didn't have bullets in the gun and threw it, and then started like trying to hose me down with a garden hose. And I was just like, I don't want to deal with this situation. I don't want to be in this situation.
Yeah, typically like it. Okay, so for instance, there was like a big national thing where there was 2 attorneys in St. Louis as the protesters were going by, and they were like came outside with their. And you could tell that they were, they looked definitely, I mean, I'm not going to say anything. It looks as though some people may have said that it looks as though they are possibly inebriated. At least that's what I heard, maybe, or whatever. And I'm looking at the situation like, I don't even know what to think.
Well, you kind of got to be drunk to go to a big protest.
But no, they were at their home. And the protest was going by in front of their house, and they come out. Is
this the people that shot it? They took their guns out?
Yeah, they had their guns out. Yeah. They had their guns out. That husband and wife in Missouri, in St. Louis, and they were like pointing the guns at the people and telling them to keep fucking walking.
Yeah, I saw that. Those people looked out of their mind.
Yeah, and people were like filming it, like, oh my god, I can't believe someone's pointing a gun at us, and I can't believe they're actually pointing a gun at them either. But I understand their position.
Do you remember the Occupy movement?
Yeah, I remember that happened.
Occupy.
That
Okay,
was
so
a Ferguson.
William was running for Congress,
Mm.
and I was like, let's bring 14 turkeys to the Occupy movement in San Francisco. So we were like, cool for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah.
So
the
we
Occupy.
made,
That shit
yeah.
was all over the. That was all over the world.
yeah, so we made 14 turkeys and all the sides. And we went all the way down to the Occupy movement, and I had like a new baby and like a 1-year-old. And I was like, we're going to pass out turkeys and Thanksgiving dinner to the Occupy movement. And the cops came to like get a porta potty, and they were like, I have video footage. They were beating people and like dragging them by like their dreadlocks in the street. And I was like,
Whoa.
okay, I'm like, okay, this is getting weird. And we had brought like bread and cranberry sauce so they'd have leftovers the next day and everything. And like we had all of our friends and family like back in California, like in Mendocino, that were like waiting for us to come to Thanksgiving dinner, but we didn't, because we were like, no, we want to stay overnight with our young children, passing out turkeys
Fucking
at
Thanksgiving,
Occupy.
right?
Yeah, but it got weird after a while, and then we were like, I think we need to get out of here. And
What month was it? Was that even close to
Thanksgiving.
No
It was
fucking
on
way.
Thanksgiving.
No
it was
fucking
on
way.
Thanksgiving.
No fucking way.
Yeah, and
That was the greatest idea. That was the
Yeah.
greatest idea.
I thought so. And then like
I would have totally
someone-
been down. I'd have been like, let's do it.
I thought it was great. I thought it was a great idea. I
Fuck,
stayed up for
I probably would have came up with that same idea myself.
I had to stay up for like 40 hours watching The West Wing and making turkeys.
Holy,
Thinking that
that-
William was
that's where the great idea was suddenly, wow, my great idea has come at a cost.
yeah, like the whole idea that I had for William to run for Congress, which is a terrible idea.
No, it wasn't. It was a good idea. You want to know why it was a good idea? It was because it was put on your heart to do, and you went and fucking did it. That's why it was a great idea. And you executed. That's why it was a great idea.
Well, I mean, people think that I'm an asshole because I'm not voting in this election, but
Well,
the ballot
people may
is
think
not
some shit about
going-
me too, but you know what? I'm not fucking voting for either of the two candidates. I'm going third party. I'm going.
I don't
Joe
like
Jordan.
either of them, and the ballot won't be counted. An overseas ballot is not going to even be counted.
I'm not
So-
voting for either of them. There's
Yeah,
no
my
way.
mom told me
I've told people
If you
why.
don't vote, you don't. My mom's like, if you don't have a vote, if you're not going to vote, you don't have a say in anything. And I was like,
Yeah, right.
bitch, please.
Whatever. You're a human
Like-
being. You have a right to speak whenever, anytime, and every time you want to.
Don't mean to say bitch to you, mom. I didn't mean it like that. But you know
No,
what
it doesn't. It doesn't mean.
Like,
Yeah.
like, no, I do have a say, and it's precisely because I have a say that I've actually like put my husband up to run for government, and actually like all those people, I'm gonna leave the country if the government doesn't get better.
And
Well,
you
I did.
supported him, but you
Yeah,
supported
well, I
him.
did. I
su-
fucking left the country because I don't like how it's working out. I went to a new country.
Same with me. Same with me. Like I
So-
didn't just talk about it. I didn't just look
Yeah.
it up on. I didn't just look it up online. I literally cried for the United States because I knew that it was going to fail as a union. I knew that that was happening in 2008, and I knew
And I'm
why
not-
it was going to happen.
I'm not honestly sure that it shouldn't fail as a union.
It doesn't have
Because-
to, but I think that it's designed to do that. I think all
Mhm.
empires fall, especially empires of lies. And I think that when our currency collapses and our government's not able to pay its own bills, it's going to be like the USSR, where all of a sudden one day they're not able to pay their military, and their military ain't doing shit.
Yeah, and I also don't think that Trump is the most evil person. Like people want to make him out to
No,
be
he's
the
not.
worst thing
I think
ever.
he's just trying to do the best job that he can, and he's got people around him who are influence him the best that they think that they're supposed to, and it's just the way that it is.
And I feel bad whether I had the disease or some other virus. I was sick for 6 weeks this summer with 2 of my kids, and it sucked. And
Yep.
I think that people are bitches that want to wish somebody to get sick with COVID. I think
Well,
that's a bitch move.
I think I was reading in the news.
I don't want
actually
anyone to
mentioned
be
it.
sick with it.
Well, I mentioned it that this weekend we're going to get really current right now, right? So, like, I mentioned it that to somebody. I said, "Do you realize that there are people right now?" I think I said it to my mother-in-law last night because it's kind of fun because I get to, like, I live with my immigrant family, and so, like, they have they're not connected at all whatsoever
They're from
to the channels.
Honduras.
Yeah,
They're from Yeah.
I literally live with Hondurans, and my mother-in-law, and I've got my two brother-in-laws here, and so it's a hell of a world inside my home. And each person has their own unique perspective on things, and so it's really fun when I get to bounce ideas off and break it to them. But I have a really good relationship with my mother-in-law. She is amazing, but yet she is she comes from Honduras.
I already like her. I want to talk to her.
Well, she's really good to talk with, but she doesn't understand much when it comes to our culture, or medical or history of the world. Like it's hard for her to get that, but she does understand that in this world, people who push for holistic living, preventive food, preventive maintenance, preventive disease through natural plants that God gave us on this earth, or that the creation gave us on this earth, or the earth provided, or Mother Nature, or Gaia, or whatever you want to call it. She says that those types of people, yeah, their lives get put in danger. She understands that.
I live in the poorest country in the Lesser Antilles. The poorest. We are amongst the top 3 poorest countries in all of CARICOM, the Caribbean area.
Yeah, I know. I looked it up. I looked everything up on you guys whenever I first discovered that you were in that country, whenever I first reached out to you on Facebook, when I became friends with you. And it was 3 years that I was respectfully observing and taking my time. And I didn't know that we were going to be friends, but I looked up the whole country, and I looked up the idea, and I even mentioned it to my wife about you, while her and I think were, I think maybe when we were on a vacation or something, or maybe I even came across you, and I think I might have even came across you for the first time back in 2014, because I was thinking about that. And because I study like a shit ton, and when I was in the oil field, like I worked 100 hours a week, but 12 hours of my 18-hour day was just downtime. So I was constantly sharpening my machete, and so
Your cutlass.
Yeah, like I'm constantly doing it. I won't fucking stop. My wife's like, "How do you do that?" And I'm just like, I don't know how I couldn't. I just love understanding shit.
Yeah.
And
this
I got off subject though.
This poor ass country has free healthcare and free education.
Well, it's communal. I mean, the same thing here where I'm at in Chelsea. There's a standard that's set that everybody has. There's a standard for everybody that everybody believes everybody should have.
They don't have that in the U.S. though.
Oh, but I do. I do.
You're such an advanced country.
No, but I do.
It's backward.
No, I do I do in Massachusetts. Yeah. I do in Massachusetts. Massachusetts does have that. We have a standard.
Massachusetts is a hell of a lot better than the rest of the 49 states.
It's definitely fucking better than Missouri in that regards. And I tell people that. And I've explained it to people that shit, man.
You take care of your own.
It's like I come from a Republican conservative background. I'm thinking I'm going to move into a liberal state. I'm not going to like it there because those fucking crazy liberals or whatever, right? But I show up here, and at first I'm like, I don't really trust everybody, because I'm like, when are these crazy liberals going to pop out of somewhere and try to hurt me or whatever? Oh. And then I'm realizing, hold on, this fucking shit here is actually the best fucking place that I've ever lived in my life. And I'm not talking that it's perfect, but I'm saying that these motherfuckers they're not fucking stupid. They're so good. They're smarter than I thought. Imagine I'm living in Boston, 80 universities in the metro area, and it's like it's dawning upon my tiny brain, from the Midwest, and it's like this
Where
place.
Where were you born?
I was born in St. Joseph, right next to the river, the Missouri River. It borders Kansas and Missouri, just north of Kansas City.
Missouri.
Yeah, I was born in Missouri. Well, that's what we would say that shit too, but. So like I got this poor.
I have to say I didn't like Missouri. It was the end of a long ass like 6-month trip that I took as like a 17-year-old around.
No,
the United States.
listen. You need to.
Hey, why are you taking that away?
You need to go. You need to go hunting in Missouri. You need to go hiking in Missouri. You need to go rafting in Missouri. You need to go have a bonfire out in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of the winter.
Yeah, no, I love
in Missouri.
Small town. I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, you got to go do those things. Yeah, if you live in Missouri and you don't know about bonfires, river rafting when you're drunk, fishing, hunting, you're not living. You need to get the hell out of the concrete jungle, and you need to get out and enjoy your state, because the state of Missouri is one of the most amazing. We have one of the best conservation departments in the country.
Yeah,
Missouri.
that's awesome.
Yes, we do. We have one of the best, and one of the reasons why is we take a portion of our taxes.
Everyone, go
imagine
to
that.
Missouri.
Same thing.
Everyone
Same thing.
Listening.
Everyone
Go
listening
to
in Missouri.
Missouri
Go to
right
Missouri.
now.
We
Go
have
there.
fucking go. Why? Because we have one of the best conservation departments in the country. I took the course because you got to get a permit or whatever. You want to go deer hunting. I'm gonna go fucking get my first deer. I'm gonna harvest my first deer, and there's a reason why.
Have you gotten a deer yet?
Yeah, I harvested. Yes, I have. I've harvested a deer myself.
There's no deer here to get. We can only get a large rat
no,
like
there's no
animal
deer
called
there.
a nagudi and a man.
I wouldn't kill a deer there.
Awesome.
I wouldn't kill a deer on that island anyway. And I'll tell you why.
There's no deer here.
No, but I wouldn't do it even if I found one. And I tell you why is because you'd want to. Well, I don't know if whether or not I would want to have a deer breed on that island, but I know that if I found a deer on that island, I wouldn't kill it. And
if I were rich, I would make a zoo here.
that's what I would like to interject. That island would be perfect for having any type of animal growth that's going to be good for livestock. In Texas, there's people that have deer for livestock. In Missouri and Kansas, they got people that have
I eat
white-tailed
rabbits
deer.
and chickens that we
White-tailed deer is amazing meat.
I wish we had white-tailed deer here.
If we could import, if I do somehow in the future become your neighbor, and if we can import white-tailed deer and have a population
I'm all
there,
good with that.
That would be fucking super smart. I've already seen people doing it in southern Texas. I've traveled to a lot of places, and I've seen
that would really help people here too. I mean, they shoot wild goats, but it's not the same.
No.
Here.
Wild goats. Those goats are probably somewhat. Goat meat's okay in general, but I myself don't like the taste of goat meat too much because it seems a little too fatty. I don't like the.
I like it. And I think when once you live without meat for a while, like you kind of eat whatever. Like we eat shit out of the pond all the time.
Right.
And like I was a PETA person for years. Like I was like part of PETA.
I'm going to get back to talking on Missouri because I'm not done talking them up, by the way.
I bet you aren't.
No.
I used to be like a vegan for like 10 years. I was like a vegan and hated hunting and everything. And I actually think that a lot of those people are pretentious idiots. And
now we're going to dive into this. Yes, we're going to dive into this.
I don't understand that most cultures in the world, there are people that live off $1 a day. There are broke ass people and they need to support themselves and they need a high protein content. And it's just, I really look at it differently than I did when I was like a teenager. 20 years ago, I felt.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you now. I'm gonna stop you now because I'm gonna
Missouri.
But we're gonna talk about the same subject, and here's why. Here's just why. What you're talking about is the nutritional aspect. I'm gonna talk to you about the health concern and public safety aspect.
Yeah, because we eat gross ass shit that's bad for us.
Well, that's one part, but hitting deer going down the highway is also another problem. Crops, deer populations can get out of hand. So so it's not just whether or not you would like for human beings to eat deer meat. Would you like for human beings to have a deer come through their windshield? Have you ever had
tons of people to death so that we can make sure that animals are okay?
Oh,
you know
that,
what
that's if you
pisses
want
me
to go to
off?
the far
Do
side
you
of
know
it.
something that actually pisses me off?
Mhm.
Is that in all the hurricane shit that I've watched,
Mhm.
they focus on getting people's animals back to them. And, you know, we need to rescue the animals. Okay, cool. So you want to talk about your pet. It makes a nice news story. Maybe you could talk about the people whose fucking kids died. You don't talk about that because you're busy talking about we got Fluffy back to her owner.
I think part of the reason why is because human beings haven't grown up yet to the point to realize that we are just as valuable, if not more valuable, than the animals.
I think there's a lot of reasons for it, mostly that people don't want to deal with reality.
That's part of it. I think a lot of times as we get older, we become numb to reality, maybe because of the stress and the trauma that we go through in life, maybe closes off a certain part of our brain that takes away our young ability to enjoy the fucking moment and recognize that everyone should be involved in playing together and that bullying others isn't good. You know, I think young kids can figure that out as a group together, but sometimes it's like we get into this adulthood. Now we're looking at this polarized country. It's like, I'm going to fucking shoot you, kill you because you're voting for somebody else type of mentality. It's
I
just
mean,
ridiculous.
if I posted
Fucking
like
adults are
Joe
crazy.
Biden,
Adults are fucking
like
crazy.
melting down on Facebook,
Mm.
like Joe Biden being crazy. And I don't really, even if my vote would count being an overseas voter, I'm not voting for either of them, and I'm not advocating for either of them.
We're back to that same, and I totally agree.
At the same time, I put up if I put up something on my Facebook about Trump being an asshole, I get like hundreds of likes. And if I put something up about Biden being like totally incoherent, I get like death threats. And like,
well,
I
that's
think
your circle of influence.
That's annoying to me to know that I've got 5,000 friends and
so you got less Trump friends. I've got more Trump friends than I've got the other side. But I get both sides come out of the work and they're like, dude, if you don't vote for Biden, you're voting for Trump. And I'm like, I'm not fucking voting for either. I'm voting third party. Like, what do you not get?
Yeah, I mean, why do we all just accept devil you know or devil you don't? Or
I don't accept it.
Molester.
I don't.
That's why I'm not voting.
Well, there you
and
go.
I think it's bullshit.
Well, that and
yeah,
you know, don't
then
vote.
Maybe take all of that angst that you have and actually fucking run for something so that we have somebody that is cool to vote for.
How about just using your brain as an autonomous human being and recognizing that the world is not black and white and get the hell out of these dichotomies that you're stuck in. Do you even understand the word dichotomy? Please and thank you.
I have to go off track for just a minute and say that I find you one of the most interesting people I know. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people, and I hate talking on the phone, and I hate talking to people, to be honest. But I enjoy you. You're of a different caliber. I enjoy you. And I wish that you were running for president because I would get out and vote for you.
Don't do that to me.
You know, that's the reason that a lot of people didn't vote for William. They said we wouldn't want to sentence him to Washington, D.C.
Well,
at the time I thought they were assholes, but now I get it. I'm like,
don't do that to me. I think the shit's gonna fucking fall apart, and I mean, that's just where I stand on it. So I don't think I'm going to invest my time. And I know people might get pissed at me at that, but like I've been saying it since 2008, and I'm even more headed towards that direction. I talk to people in privately about it, but very few people want to talk about it publicly because it's kind of controversial. But I've talked.
No one wants to talk about anything real.
I've talked to people in private, a few different people in private who I highly respect, and I view them as very intelligent people. And there's quite a few people who are leaning towards the failure aspect. But like I said, in 2008, I saw the shit coming. Like I did the math, and I said, I'm not gonna risk it. Apart from the fact that I also believed it. And so when I made the choice to move out of country, it wasn't because I wasn't happy with a particular party and I wanted a different party to win. It's because I saw that fight between the two was the reason why the whole fucking thing's going to fall apart. And the two-party
I still
system
believe if I had run William as
is
a
going to drive us into.
Republican,
It's driving us into the ground. I think it's going to drive us into the ground. It's a prediction that I've made, and it's a prediction that I'll continue to stand behind. That by the time I'm dead, I don't think the union is going to be in existence.
you're just a fox molder, aren't you?
I just where I'm at. It's just where I am at, and I can't change where I'm at. I can't change who I am.
What are
I just
you
know.
like in a party in the background? What's that music?
It might be the neighbor.
Right?
Might be the neighbor downstairs. There probably people all around me thinking, when's he gonna get some sniper gonna come out and shoot him or something? I don't know. But my neighbors, I have no idea really what they think about me because most people don't really tell the truth. So.
No, they don't. I think that's an interesting thing about humanity is that everybody is just, I feel like humanity is a shared delusion. And when you tell the truth, so often the people that actually speak the truth are people that we think are insane, and they actually have it more right than your average person on the street.
Yeah, I love talking to my grandma. I love talking to my grandma for that reason, because like I know for sure that she definitely doesn't tell everybody the truth about what she thinks about them, because if she did, she'd never.
People got it going on.
She would never be able to get anything done. She just has to go with what they think they want to hear, and then get the fuck on with her own life and get away from them. And I love sitting down talking to my grandma. She worked in a factory, Friskies Carnation, down the south end of St. Joe, and she was the first female hired. She had female seniority in that factory. She worked there, I think it was 27 years.
Wow.
And so she had a lot of time to sit around and shoot the shit with men. And she is one of my favorite people to sit down and talk to, because she if she recognizes something is true, she might be upset about it, but she doesn't have a problem to admit it. And she definitely fucking educates herself. She reads books. Like she's sitting on the fucking toilet reading books. And
hey, that's how I learned to read shit. Is because like I've had a bladder disorder since I was like 18 years old. So I put a book all the time at the toilet, and every time I have to pee, I read a couple pages. Yeah. And because of that, I read like a 500-page book every month.
Oh, talking to 500 fucking page books. We just mentioned we just mentioned with your husband there about the vocabulary that he had to pick up, and he mentioned that Wayne State was like the Wayne
He's
School
super
University.
Smart. It's
yes,
ridiculous.
He is. But here's the thing: is that he mentioned that they were kind of like old school compared to some of the schools at the time in the nation. And I'm like, shit. Have you fucking? I was thinking to myself in my brain, not to mention to him, but I'm thinking, you read a fucking book from 100 years ago. You compare a book.
Yeah,
compare a book
than him though. But
compare a book to 100.
Challenged.
But compare a book 100 years ago. You said 500-page book. I read a 140-year-old book and decided I'm going to go to Honduras, and you read this fucking book and you compare it to what people are able to read and write today. It's like, we have gotten stupid.
Yeah, we have. We have
gotten fucking stupid.
Yeah, where we all watch like fucking reality TV.
Idiocracy. I told you need to watch that movie, Idiocracy.
Oh no, I'm gonna watch it today because our internet's probably gonna go out because we're broke. But you know what?
At least
there's also a cool thing about being poor is like, I've been at the point where we don't have to pay rent and we don't have to pay property tax. We just have our place.
I fucking love that.
And that's how a lot of people in this country live.
Same thing in Honduras. Same thing in Honduras.
But there's no cold. It doesn't get cold.
Nope.
And you got all the shit that maybe it's not what you want to eat. But you got what you need to eat to stay alive. Right in your backyard.
Right in your backyard.
And you'll be healthier for it.
Yep.
Because the stuff that you're going to get at the store is going to make you worse for the wear. So you have everything that you need and no bills and no debt.
Yeah. And people are like, why are you in Honduras, Chris? And I'm like, do you know the level of fucking enjoyment that I have in my life every day I wake up and I'm free to move about?
Makes me happy.
I fucking love being free to move about. I cannot stand the idea of being stuck in a cubicle for 20 or 30 years of my life, the end of which they're going to give me the shitter and then tell me that they're not going to give me my fucking pension like they did with my grandma and grandpa in two different factories.
I'm not willing to do it anymore.
I'm not fucking doing that shit.
I don't want to work for people that are stupid, that I don't respect.
That too.
I don't want to chase making the almighty dollar.
You don't have to, and you
not
don't
have to
want
be
to, and
part
you
of
don't
my
have to.
family.
You don't want
Every
to, and you
day,
don't have to.
I'm with
totally
my family
interrupting you.
all day, every day. No, we both interrupt each other. We're Midwesterners that interrupt each other horribly. But you're kind of cool with it, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
cool with you
I
doing
can roll with it.
So I actually find you one of the most entertaining people that I've ever talked to, and that's saying something because I normally hate people.
Well, I mean, that makes me feel good. Maybe I don't know why I'm so special the way I am. It's just the way that I am because of life. But if you're actually really telling me that, then maybe you're helping me become even more self-aware at a level that I didn't even understand.
Okay, well, you are, and I really would climb Everest with you, by the way.
I know, I really would too. I really would.
Like,
I
I'm
really
just
would
weird
climb
like
it with you
that.
too. I really fucking would. If we have the money,
Like,
if we got the plans, and we can do it. I
Yeah, if
literally will
someone
do it.
sponsored me, I would do it, and I wouldn't care if I died up there. I'd just be like, well,
I would
whatever.
sponsor myself if I had the money.
Yeah, no, I'm totally all about it, and I've been watching a lot about it, and I think that it's a
I'd go fucking do it.
cool thing to do. I don't
think
like
it'd be amazing.
altitude. I lived in Denver and I hated it.
But I'd have to wait until after. Okay, so here's the thing. I got to think about this on a practical standpoint, and I'm going to shoot you the straight shit.
I mean,
I
how
have
is it
I
that
have
you
a.
want to die? You could be hit by a car
Hold
tomorrow.
on. I have a tore ACL. So I would
do
have.
I.
Oh. So we do it with our tore ACLs.
Yeah, no, so do I. I've had knee surgery, and
So we do it. We'll
for
do
like
it with
a
our
year I couldn't
torn.
wear pants.
So we'll do it with our torn ACLs.
Yeah, whatever. It's
Okay.
not like it's that big
I'll
of a
walk.
deal. Just get over it.
I'll walk it with you with a torn ACL. I can walk. Like I've been doing it
Well,
for 5 years.
I tore 3 ligaments in my right knee.
What? My right knee too. I could do it. We could do it.
Yeah.
We could do it.
So
We could do it.
why
We could do it
not?
without the surgery.
If-
Never mind. So we'll backtrack.
Okay, but the only reason that I'll agree to it is if I can be really high the whole time.
Absolutely.
Like instead of an oxygen container, I want to just like huff cannabis the whole time.
You can do that.
Well, if I could do that, I'd climb it just to prove that it could be done.
I would be there to document and journey it and as a scientific study and for entertainment purposes.
And it'd be pretty. But I'm afraid of heights, so it'd also be like
we would not make it to the. I'm going to tell you, we won't make it to the summit. I mean, we can climb the mountain, but we ain't going to.
You don't know. You don't know that.
I'm fucking going to the top with you.
You don't know. We might make it to the summit.
There's no way I would make it up to the fucking summit.
Oh, you don't know that.
No fucking.
Like do you even know that most people that make it up the summit are over 50 years old?
You're fucking kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
See, I haven't done any research on it, so maybe
I've done a lot of research on it. I've been obsessed with it.
You really fucking think you can make it?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so here's a real story.
Okay.
There's this place, Colorado Springs, called 400, like the 7 falls, and there's 400 steps you have to go up this iron rickety fucking ladder. And this is like when I just had surgery like a week before on my bladder.
Hold on. I got somebody's coming out the window.
What up? Bless that motherfucker. Chris is gone. He fell off the north face.
I put it on mute so I could speak to a person. One of my brother-in-law. I'm actually on the back porch. We've got some clothes that are hanging up, and he's just wondering if he's going to be able to come out. Ni tengo el video, no hay problema.
Can I say hi to him?
Hey, ella quiere saludar a usted.
Hola.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. He's like, who is it? Now, hold on a second. Let me pass.
Tell him it's a serious DEA lawyer.
Ella es una espía por el gobierno. So she's a government spy.
Hey, la espionage.
No, solo salúdala. Dígale, just say hola.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, bien. Hi, how are you?
Hola, muy bien.
Oh, habla español.
Habla español, dice él. He says, oh, you speak Spanish.
Rumpi de cabeza. Olo.
What did you just say?
Little Spanish.
Here, speak up. Habla más fuerte aquí. Habla fuerte. Ya no
Muy
hay cámara.
fuerte. Fuerte.
Siéntese.
Es Jambas. Es una especial.
Okay, hold on a second. Siéntese aquí.
What?
We're going to play around with this. Okay. So you're going to try to communicate to him, and I'm just going to
Okay.
sit back and enjoy it. He's only got like 1 minute.
Zapatos.
Trata
Tengo
de entenderlo.
rape. What? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué?
Él está tratando de entender lo que está diciendo. He's trying to understand what you're saying. So what are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to think of any Spanish word that I can remember from
Ella está tratando
high
de
school.
recordar cualquier palabra de español y ella no se recuerda. All right, he's gonna go. I'm gonna put you back on. Say bye-bye. Dígale adios, ciao.
Bye.
Adios, amigo.
Yeah, like I said, my family's like, what the hell is Chris doing out there on the back porch?
He's adorable.
No, listen, I'm gonna tell you,
He speaks Spanish.
he's an angel. I'm gonna tell you, this guy. Other than the fact,
That's your brother-in-law?
He's the younger.
Okay.
And he's the younger sibling of the four, and he came up. He's here on asylum. Yeah,
Asylum,
we
really?
had to get him out of there. It was just
Holy shit.
well, I didn't have to get him out of there. I wasn't involved in him coming up. But I'm saying, when I say that, I said the family supported him coming, and he's here. He's on asylum. So yeah, family's family. I don't know what else to tell you. You marry a Honduran woman, you're marrying her family. If you're not interested in marrying a Latino woman's family, don't marry her.
Yeah, no, Americans don't understand that.
No, they don't.
If you live in a third world country, you're related to everybody.
And if you try to treat those people the way that we treat each other up here in the United States, you're not going to be
That's not
a
gonna
person.
fly.
You're not going to be a person that they trust.
No, I got people living on my land that that's just the way it is.
You damage
They just
the
live here.
trust. You damage the relationship, and that's something that we don't have a richness in when it comes to younger
It's
generations.
sad in the United States because
It
people
is.
don't have those family relationships, and it's
Some people do. No, I think some people do.
some people do.
Yeah, some
And
people
I
do.
think we're worse for the wear that it's not part of the culture.
I think that there's a lot of that mentality up here in I think each region of the United States, because I've only lived in a couple different regions.
I think
think
that
each
people
region has its
oversimplify the U.S. and I think that the
Yeah, it's
U.S.
really easy to do. It's a very
the whole reason that right now the U.S. has the most cases of COVID is only an indication that it is 50 separate countries all trying to act as one and never will and
No.
maybe shouldn't.
No, we shouldn't. And that's part of the reason why we have governors.
Well, do you think Arkansas has anything to do with Seattle?
Well, and there's
Or
there's
Texas
safety
and New
in that.
York can get
It's
along?
it's a diversification, so there's safety in that.
No, I
And-
just
and
think
there's-
that
it's good.
they're
It's
just-
good. It's good that it's like that. It's good that each area has its own
The
mentality.
EU doesn't even get along.
There's a reason why it's beneficial like that, because a community cannot exist without itself. It's like, okay, so basically it's like this. Same thing with family. Same thing that you see in third world countries where the community is close knit. My wife's hometown, it has a population of like 10 or 20 or 30,000 or something like that. But it's as if you're in a small hometown in Missouri of 1,000 or 2,000. Everybody fucking knows everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody knows
no, that's
everybody.
how it is on this island. Like they say there's 70,000 people here, but they haven't done a census since Maria. And most people think that there's only 30,000 people here. So everybody is related to everybody.
Yeah, they're all related to everybody, and they all know each other. And that's why there's value in the fact that each state has its own separate governor. There's value in that because nobody wants to be dictated by a king on the other side of the ocean. Nobody wants to be dictated by a king on the other side of the country. Nobody wants to be dictated by a king living next door. And so there's value in having a division of states and then a protection and an understanding of individual states' rights. It's a very, and I think this was actually a good exercise. I think that the pandemic was a good exercise for the United States. If the United States does succeed, I will be super fucking happy. I'm talking like until the end of the world or whatever, but I just don't know when that's going to happen. And I just don't see how that's going to be, possible. And I don't see why it has to be. That's the other part too. I don't know why it has to be.
Do you have kids?
I got 3. I got 2 kids. Kittens?
You've got 2 boys, right?
No, it's 2.
Like, do you have? They're cats, really? You don't have any human kids?
No.
You have human kids.
You've got me confused with somebody else, or are you not watching anything that I've got on my Facebook?
No, I don't watch a lot of Facebook.
Oh, see, now that makes sense because anybody who knows me on Facebook, or at least looks, they know that
Don't be disappointed. It's not that I don't like you or I don't like your thing, but lots of times we don't even have internet that works. And then when we do, like, I don't pay a lot of attention to it because I'm on there to like do our taxes or some stupid ass shit. Like
I could be disappointed, but really I'm just
put back on.
Really,
no,
I'm
don't
just.
Be,
no, I'm
no,
not
don't be.
disappointed though. I'm not disappointed though. I don't think.
No,
because
like I could not talk to you right now, like I don't normally talk to people. But I'm talking to you because I find you probably in the top.
Okay.
You're pretty much the only person I enjoy talking to at the moment.
Well, that makes me feel good.
Kind of an old cantankerous woman, so you brought me out of my shell, and I'm talking to you.
I wanted to bring you out of your shell.
I don't know. You think like I do, and you're gonna go to Everest with me.
I will. I seriously, God's honest truth.
At least we think about it.
Hey,
yeah.
And if the only thing we do is become neighbors and we live on the same island and we walk across the island together and go swimming and our kids grow up together, then that's fucking cool enough too.
It would make me the happiest ever if you moved in next door.
I've got 2 girls. You have 3 girls. I have 2, and mine are younger. Your fucking kids would love watching and being.
How old are they?
3 and 4.
Okay, so yeah, they would love them.
They would fucking love them.
So why aren't you here right now?
Well, because I'm working on getting my fundraiser, and then when I get my fundraiser, then I'm going to have the backpack sprayer, and then I'm going to have the backpack sprayer, and then I'm going to have the cruise, and then my goal is next year to set up an office right next to you.
If I agreed to be a weird extra wife to a couple other people, I could get the funding, but I'm not willing to do that. So
no, there's no need. There's no need. Yeah. Listen, we're gonna make this happen without violating our conscience.
There's a lot of weird people out there.
Oh yes, there are.
Oh my God.
I mean, I am weird, and you're weird, and we're even discovering our weirdness.
But I think we're like normal weird. Like there's like weird.
No, we're just. I think what it is, we just have a compatibility in our weirdness, and I think that's all that everything really comes down to.
No, I find everything you say entertaining, and I like talking to you. And I'm not a talker. I really don't. It's like hard to get me talking.
Well, are you sure that it's not just because you're on an island in the middle of nowhere and you don't have too many friends, or is it just in general?
No, I have a lot of friends, and it's annoying when I have to make the rounds to call people. Pretty much, I do call my parents frequently, and they're weird, and I like them. But beyond that,
we've got 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 25 seconds on the live stream. And
really
we're going to continue to rock it.
A lot of time in calling people.
We're going to continue rocking this live stream.
I think it's great.
I think this is the coolest fucking thing. I was like, listen, I
told
you to say yes.
Anything else I could listen to.
I told you, I told you to say yes, and you said yes. And you were the one that helped start this whole thing. I mean, it was I was holding out for you, like Like I was holding out for my virginity for you, like podcast virginity.
No, I'm glad you popped your cherry on me because I am a weird old hermit and I'm not normally open to things. For
And you said
real.
yes, and I was like, fucking
I said
A.
yes to the dress. That's a
Three-
show, you know. People watch Say Yes to the Dress, and
It
I
was like-
think this is like
You're not wearing a dress
people are
though.
watch that. Then no, I don't wear clothing. I've had to wear it for our podcast before, but I normally am not a person that wears clothing. I don't like.
Yeah, you'll have to have clothes on if we're neighbors, as long as you come outside. Like we're not going to start a new.
No, not always. I'm often naked in front of strangers and people that even police. I don't normally wear clothing.
Why do you do that?
I don't like it. I don't like clothing. I feel like it puts people off, like in a way
Like,
that
yeah,
they're like,
are you kidding me? Wait a minute.
like,
You feel
holy
like
shit,
it?
that
Wait, what
girl's
was your first
naked.
feeling? What gave you the first inclination that it made people feel that way?
Like police would come, they'd be like, you know, the neighbor said this or that, and I'm like nude, and they're like, okay, we can't deal with this, like we're just gonna leave, and I'm like, that's fine with me. And like I'm naked.
Fuck,
And,
I can't
like,
tell
the
my.
neighbor
Listen, we
can,
can't.
like-
Listen, I'll tell you, we can't tell my wife until, and you can't show that
Neighbor
until.
can, like
Yeah.
put a gun to my face, and I'm like, I'm naked, like you're weirded out by it, and he's like, yeah, I am. I can't shoot you because it's weird, you're naked. I'm like, yeah.
So
No.
it worked. The plan worked.
Yeah. It's worked enough times, and also it cuts down on the laundry and it's comfortable.
Wait a minute.
I just
Okay,
like
so now you're
it.
pitching. Now you're pitching to me.
Well, William has to do laundry by hand,
Oh.
and
Yeah, my
I
wife-
don't
my
want to
wife
make
has to
laundry for him. So
My wife grew up having to do laundry by hand, and her entire family had to do laundry by hand.
Yeah,
Everyone
no,
down there in
I'm just-
Honduras does laundry by hand. There's a lot
I
of
don't-
fucking work. I had to learn how to fucking wash my clothes by hand. That's a lot of work.
the girls don't like to be clothed either. Like we're all naked all the time. We're a naked family.
That's just another thing I got to deal with now and calculating if I'm gonna be moving out there. Jesus Christ.
No, when people come around, like when the guy that works for us.
I shouldn't have said
that,
Jesus Christ.
gets-
Sorry, Jesus.
JC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love you.
he
Shout out to my
actually is
homeboy.
Really, yeah, no, I've talked to him many times. He's a really cool person.
He's
second
cooler.
dad.
I like to hope that he's cooler than me.
He's really, really cool. And I enjoy everything that he said to me. And
What did he say?
well, God would like me to have his son, but I have said no. To be honest, I don't want to have any more babies. So we had a bit of a God and I kind of fight here and there, but Jesus and I are always cool. And he likes when I make him breakfast.
See, now you're getting totally weird. You got me completely lost. So you said that
I don't
God-
care if you think it's weird. I've died like more than 700 times.
No, I know you don't think it's weird, which is why we're going to dive into
I
it.
don't think it's weird. I
No,
could
but-
care.
but-
I could really give a fuck whether you think it's real or not. It's real to me, and it's happened to me. So either
I
get
wanna-
with
but
the
I wanna-
program or fuck off.
Oh, don't be like that. It's not. You got to go easy on people.
No, I don't feel like I have to go easy on people. Why
You
do you
don't
think I
have
don't
to,
talk
but-
to people?
But like, if you want,
I don't have to. I don't want to,
It's
and I'm
worth
not
it.
going to.
I don't have to if you don't want to.
No, and how is it worth it?
Because people are people, and we're worth having conversations with. and-
Okay, well then you could talk to me, but I'm not going to ease you into anything.
No, don't. But I
Wanna
just
be
wanted.
eased
I wanted
into
to do it
then you're a
again.
pussy, and you should go talk to your pussy mom and have her tuck you into bed. That's what I feel.
So you said, but I just want to hear it again because I liked it. I actually liked what you said because I'm like, there's got to be a lot of truth in
Okay,
there. I
well,
wanna
it's
hear
the
it.
truth, yeah, and I don't feel like the truth should be sugar-coated, or I'm not going to, and I'm not willing to, and I
But
don't
tell
have
me-
the energy to
tell me.
sugarcoat your shit.
Tell me
We're a
again.
bunch of pussies that don't understand it. Yeah,
Give me another.
God
Give me another.
and I argue a lot, but
Okay.
Jesus is my man.
Mm.
He's got, you know, he doesn't get along with his dad a lot, and I understand why. Any parent would understand God's plight, but Jesus and I, we hang out, and he likes hash browns and over easy eggs.
He likes hash browns.
Over easy eggs with salsa. He doesn't like hot sauce though, but I'm trying to get him into it. But he doesn't like hot sauce. He doesn't like hot sauce at all.
You had a meal with Jesus?
Yeah, like a lot of them.
I had read about people have done that.
Okay,
before in
I've
the
died
past.
over 700 times, motherfucker. Like, I think
Right.
I know what I'm talking about in death.
No, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm just like, it's like.
Well,
so
you can
had-
say I don't care though.
I've
Doesn't-
already read about people who've had a
Doesn't
meal
bother
with
me.
Jesus. We've had a meal with Jesus, and I've heard
Can you make me
I've
another
heard
one of
I've,
these if I gotta be on the phone?
and I've
Yeah,
heard
I'm
God's
gonna drink
and
banana wine if I gotta be on the phone for a while.
and I've heard God's voice, which was like all the voices.
You
talking
heard
at
it when
the
you were
same time.
dead, or
Nope.
what was the circumstance when you heard it?
I was in my living room. It was the 21st of October around 2 p.m. It was 2016, and it was on the 40th day since I started kind of a fast, so to speak, but I was not counting it as a fast, and I wasn't counting the days, and I didn't hear the word 40 days until the next day afterward. And then I looked back at the calendar, and sure enough, sure as shit, it was 40 days to the day, and it was even to the same hour.
He's
after
saying
I
blue
had-
moon. What does that mean, blue moon?
What?
What does blue moon mean to you?
Once in a blue moon.
All right.
Once in a blue moon. I also like blue moon beers. And
Were you
yeah.
drinking blue moon beer?
no.
Okay, well then I don't know what he was saying.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there was a blue moon that day. I don't know. Maybe we could look back and look on, or when we get done with the call, I'll look back.
I don't know.
and-
I hate people that like try to read your palm and all that. And I really don't believe in any of near death experiences, except the fact that it happens to me frequently. So now I'm forced to believe in all that crazy crystal shit.
Well, yeah. Well, so on the 41st day, I woke up and the first thing that I heard was 40 days, like a whisper, and I was like, but God's voice wasn't a whisper. You know what it sounded like? I'm gonna try to repeat it here, and I hardly do this with anybody because it freaks the shit out of people.
Yeah, most people aren't.
All right, so now this is what I heard this is when I heard God's voice. It sounded something like, I am your God. But it was like all the voices at once speaking as
He
if it
doesn't
was,
talk like that though.
No, but that's what-
funny.
but it sounded almost like that. But imagine that it was
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
millions of voices talking at the exact same time, all in synchronous, but it was like a waterfall of sound. It was like a waterfall.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. I get it. Will.
So you had meals with Jesus, sunny side.
No, not with Jesus. Yeah, no.
Yeah, with
And,
Jesus. But
yeah,
in your
but
house,
it's
though.
different over there. No, it's different. Like you don't have to see each other in your own form, and you don't have to eat, and you don't have to have things. But sometimes you like to recreate things from the natural world, from this world, over there, and because I have only been dead for up to 10 minutes, I don't really totally understand it over there. And it may be very different from what I know, having only experienced sometimes only minutes of that world, that I only get pieces of it.
Okay, so do you know? So can you tell anything and describe anything what it's like on the other side?
You don't have a body.
All right, I'm gonna let you roll with this for a second, and I'm gonna just let you roll with it. I want you to describe everything.
People ask me this all the time.
But I want you to
And
do it right
I
here, right
don't-
now.
I don't know why, but I guess the main thing is that I didn't really believe that I didn't believe in an afterlife. I was kind of agnostic, even borderline atheistic before all this happened to me. And maybe having it happen once or twice or 10 times or 100 times, I could toss it out as this is brain death and this is the way that it goes. And it is not the exact path that other people that have died, though we have similarities. I feel like dying close to 700 times, I'm such a skeptic. Are you still there? Because I would hate to just be talking to nothing. And I feel like
No, I'm here. You're not talking to
Okay.
nothing. I'm
All
here.
right.
I'm listening to you.
Okay, cool. I am Scully to the world's Mulder. I could stare like a
You're methodical.
spaceship in
You're
the
methodical.
face.
You're scientific about it. You're methodical and you're scientific as far
I
as
don't
what
even
you
believe what I know to be true. I am
Well,
always questioning it, you
good.
know? And so it's only that it's happened so many times that I believe it and that I feel it's with me. And the sicker I've gotten, and the more when you're very ill and you're dying, it's like a gray area where you can intercept all kinds of things, ghosts, past, dead people, future things going on. Like the lines between alive and dead become blurred, and you become a conduit for all kinds
I
of
think
things.
I think I'm gonna have to get high and listen to this. Keep going.
We'll get high because
I don't even have marijuana. I stopped getting high, but
well, you should. No, but you become a conduit and you open yourself up to anything that can and is and will be. And I am certain at this point that I was not hallucinating and it was not just my body's response to death, that there actually is another world over there. And I actually prefer it to this one. The only
Okay.
reason I've come back is because of my family, but I would way rather be dead than
Got it.
alive. And when I talk to people who are dying now, I don't feel sad for them. I feel happy because they're going to get to go to Disneyland.
I've thought the same
And-
thing, but I hardly never tell anybody. Like when people are like, "I'm so sorry for your loss," I'm looking at this situation with the comments. I'm like,
damn,
like,
you're
what the-
lucky.
like you don't
You're
have a
going.
fucking, like you don't have a clue. Like I don't think you understand how happy that person is now.
Yeah, I
that
feel
person's
that.
extremely happy. Like all their worry is gone. Like why do you feel as though
It's
there's
hard
a
for
loss?
people to get that though.
No, it's because they've never seen it, they haven't heard it, and they've never been exposed to it. So
But there really is a real place.
yes,
and
it is. It is very real.
William keeps telling me that I need to tell people about it, but I feel
Well,
like
you do.
no
need to tell
one
people.
fucking will believe me anyway.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you believe, and there's a reason why you have to almost even think that. It's because that's what makes it authentic. It's because you are not for sure what people are going to believe. It's
Well,
because
I'm
you're not
reluctant
investing
about it
but
because
it allows you.
they'll
But
just
it
think
allows
that
you to
I'm
tell
a
the truth.
nutter.
But it allows you to tell the truth, and it's through the truth that you're able to
The
be
truth shall
used.
set you free.
Yes, but there's a reason. It'll set you free, and it'll set other people free.
No, that's why I'm talking to you. That's
Good.
why I'm doing this.
Yes.
Is because
I knew you had a lot of truth, and I wanted to get your truth, and I wanted to discover
well,
truth
we met
with
for a reason. We actually
Sure.
met on the other side, by the way.
you. Yeah, we might have. I don't.
No, the whole time thing doesn't completely add up, and I just have to say, I had you vetted out.
What's that mean?
Just dead people checked you out for me. Because I thought you were an agent that was trying to do ill will toward my family.
Hmm.
So I had you checked out.
Well, how does that work?
Let's just say that I know that you're not.
Well, of course, I know that I'm not. So if you're
Okay,
saying
well,
that
you're
you know
not.
that I'm not, then I definitely would believe that's you're going towards the right direction.
And long in the future, we're in heaven together.
That's definitely going to happen.
And I saw that. And
Wow.
I know, and I was not
Kind of like a
drugged.
deja vu moment, but backwards.
Yeah, like I wished I was on drugs when I saw that, but I wasn't.
kind of like a deja vu, but backwards.
Yeah, a backwards deja vu.
Yeah. Like, have you? But you know what I'm talking like. I mentioned this the other day on a live or something, like for the first time in a long time, and I was like, okay, so have you ever been in a situation in life where you're with your friends or something's happening, and then you're like, wait, hold up, I remember this happened in a dream, but I don't remember the dream until now, and like at first I would lock up. I used to lock up, and I used to even tell people, I'd be like, nobody fucking move, something bad's about to happen. Because I'd be like, just like weird,
I've been having a lot of spy dreams because I'm watching too much 24 right now.
Well, for me, that's deja vu. And I'm to the point now. I'm to the point now where it doesn't scare me. I know that it's just confirmation of the timing, and I'm very comfortable with it. And I let it flow, and I actually learned to capture the moment. And I recorded a 23-minute captured moment of that the other day. It was very beautiful.
You have a really good soul.
Thank you.
No, I can see it.
Thank you.
You're a really good person.
I try to be. I do.
Well, we all try. You succeed.
I guess maybe I don't know.
Have you watched the movies I told you about, or do you need to break back into my iTunes account so you can see it?
There's going to have to be a third option because obviously the second option isn't working. The first option's not worked. I'm going to buy on DVD.
I haven't tried because I've been doing nothing but taxes. So
fuck 'em. Just leave that be, and let me just buy the movie here coming up in the next couple of weeks. I'm about to have this sprayer, and then I'm going to be very, very busy, and I'm going to be making more money than I've ever made before. I'll be making more money than I've ever made before in my life.
Okay,
and I'm
but
going to buy the
it's kind of
DVDs.
hilarious that your job is spraying. That's funny.
For me, it's fucking stupid easy. It's stupid easy. And if anybody of my clients in the future that are watching back and looking at this, it's like, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, you guys are, if you don't realize that the job that I'm providing for you isn't stupid easy, then I mean, I guess maybe you don't understand what challenging work is. But it's stupid easy in comparison to what I've done in other jobs.
If ambition and love could be translated into money, we'd be billionaires.
maybe that is already, but maybe we are billionaires and we just don't realize it. Maybe we have an abundance already.
Well, it all goes over one day and it all ends and a new journey begins. And I don't think that's something that people should be frightened of.
Well, me too. I don't think people should be afraid of it.
There's a whole new journey waiting on the other side.
Get this. Have you ever seen miracles? Have you ever seen miracles?
Yeah.
I've gotten to the point, like the first miracles that I've seen performed, I guess you could say performed through me. I used to think it was somebody else performing them through me, and then I'm realizing that I'm a participant in it. I'm like a window or a door, or that's how humans are able to perform these things. And I'm talking like real legit, like healing miracles. And I've gotten pretty good at it. And the last time, one of the last times that I was doing this, I actually went on a crusade, and I was invited to go to Nicaragua and go on a crusade. And at the time, I was eating RSO oil, but I went to 3 different churches with flip-flops on and shorts, and went in there and taught them how to heal each other by speaking a word. And I had quite the eyebrows raised, but I was definitely doing everything I could to break as many molds as I could at the moment. and I felt that was part of the story. And so, but like the first time that I'd seen it happen, there was a girl who was born deaf in 1 ear, and I was 18 years old, and that was the first time that I ever tried to pray for somebody to be healed, and they were healed. And I've had so many of them happen that I'm to the point where like I don't like doing it because it breaks my fucking heart. Because there was this one time that it happened with a woman, and she cried because she was healed for the first time, and she was in a lot of pain. And when she cried, I cried, and it broke my heart. And I don't like when my heart breaks because it hurts. And so, like, I stopped doing it because I
don't
started
do
getting so
healings
successful.
anymore because it ends up putting me to bed for days on end and almost kills me. So I don't heal people anymore.
Have you done them?
And
have you done remote
yeah,
ones? I've heard about remote ones.
I've done healings to people remote and in person, but they hurt me so much that we decided it's not good for me anymore.
Well, it takes a toll. It does take an energy toll at a level.
And I
that
had
people
someone
don't.
try to heal my baby. I had a baby that at 4 months they said that we should abort her because she would never survive. And I kept her to 8 months, and she died horribly. It was a horrible situation.
I'm so sorry.
I had to have a cesarean because she was her legs were in a position I couldn't deliver her.
You tried.
But I kept her alive, but it was horrible. And it's given me PTSD for years and really messed our family up.
I'm so sorry.
But I couldn't
not do it.
Like round up and aborted, and I wouldn't do it.
Right.
You know, she came through me.
You couldn't not do it. Yeah.
And we say that she's the reason we're here because we got rid of all our clinics and we came out here because we cut all our ties when we went to the hospital to try to save her.
Mm-hmm.
And it was horrible, but I've talked to her on the other side and I'm glad for it. But the healings that I've done for people have ended up kind of wrecking me. And I don't know, I would really like to speak to like a bush healer. Like I'd like to go to the Amazon and talk to them about how they cleanse themselves from being able to take on, because it only makes me take on the suffering of the people that I'm helping. And I've been successful, but then I've taken on their suffering.
Maybe I can help you with that.
I don't know how to do it without hurting yourself.
I've learned I've learned how to.
You know how to do it?
Well, maybe, and we can discover that together. And I think that might be part of the reason why we met. So
okay, because I know how to do it, but then I take on whatever harm they have. Me. You there? Hello?
I'm here.
Okay.
I've never had to take on anything, so maybe that's part of the reason why we met.
I think there's a lot of reasons we met.
Yeah, but I think that's part of it.
I actually really, 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 to the 10th power, enjoy your company.
That's amazing, because not too many people do.
And I don't really enjoy that many people.
Most people can't keep up with. Most people we don't keep up, and I overload people and I scare them.
You don't scare or overload me.
Well, that's good. I fucking love it.
Yeah, no, I enjoy every part of you, and I really would climb Everest with you. To be real,
No, I'm telling you the God's honest truth. I would definitely.
Knowing that I might die, I wouldn't care. I would just be like, yeah, let's just get high and climb
But just for the fun of it, not because of the death or life or anything, just for the fun of it. I
It'd
would
be
fucking
awesome.
go do it. No, I would definitely fucking go do it.
It'd be awesome. And
I would
it
go do
proved
it.
cannabis was the
So-
best thing ever.
So here's what we can do. If you really want to get crazy, is
I
if-
want to.
all right. So if you really want to have fun with this, so okay, so this spraying thing, the way that it came about, that I came to this opportunity, and what I see is actually happening in my world around me, pieces falling together, things falling in line, stars aligning, constellations being visible, so to speak, in my life. Maybe I've even paid for.
Why
certain
are you
amounts.
not here right now to tell me this in person?
Because I can't be. Because I can't be. and that's not
Angry
part-
with you, I am.
No, it's not part of the story. You have to have patience.
All right.
I'm with you right now.
Okay.
I'm with you right now.
All right.
Yes. So, so my plan, my idea, my structure, my viewpoint, my strategy is next year. My company is going to if there is a next year, if there is a tomorrow, if this is real, then that's my real strategy. And my family is comfortable with it. My wife is comfortable with it. To as far as what she understands about it, and
Train coming.
she would. Yeah, there's a train. There's lots of trains here. So no, but it's for real. Okay, and so Mount Everest. If there is somebody who's listening to this, or somebody who watches this, or somebody hears about this and they know somebody who's looking for somebody, they can make that connection, and okay, so at this moment, you listen to this, to make that connection is needed for us to be able to go there. If that's what you feel your inclination is, then go for it. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just coming up with that. But send it, share it, talk about it. Now, if you and I, if I come up with the money to go do it, then I will even sponsor it myself. And if my projections are correct, and if I do meet my goal, if I do have 8 full-time crews running by the end of this year, it's going to have a conservative projected amount of $1 million by the end of the second quarter next year. So we are going to be reinvesting again. I've already made it very clear with everybody that the way my company is going to be moving forward is we are going to be investing back into the company itself. We don't plan to have too many profits, just like the way Amazon does. We're going to be investing right back into the company because time is of the essence, and we have to take advantage of every opportunity that we have, and investing back into the company is the smartest move. We don't expect to have much of any profit. So, so next year, part of the thing is I would plan to come down there, and I'm also going to have to go to Honduras. My wife wants to go back to Honduras anyway next March. And so she keeps mentioning it. And so I'm like, okay, so she wants to go to Honduras and I want to go to Dominica. And so I'm thinking, and, but if the company, my company has that money, we can invest in the expansion of our offices in both countries, which that's what I almost have to do to be able to complete the mission of the organization that I'm about to start, because my for-profit company is going to become a non-profit organization, and it's working towards helping change the world, make it into a better place. And it has a vision for 300-year impact, which is, so like people are like, oh, 300 years, you're going to invest in that. Well, if somebody told me today that the world was going to end, what would you do? What would I do? I'd go out and
The
I'd
world
plant
is going to end.
an oak tree. I'd go put out an oak tree. Okay. I'm gonna go plant an oak tree today because the world's ending tomorrow.
We were talking about oak trees this morning.
There you go.
You mentioned that.
There you go. I'd go plant an oak tree if somebody told me the world was ending tomorrow. So
We
I'm
talked about that this morning.
Uh.
You're freaking me out, man. You know, you're a
yeah. Well, you
strange
wait.
dude,
You just wait until the miracles start happening and
You're
you
a
start
weird
raising.
person, and I'm a weird person, but you're in line with the things that we're thinking about, and
Mhm.
I don't think that they're anything short of genius.
Good stuff, healthy stuff, stuff that supports
Stuff that
well-being.
might make humanity survive.
Or just continue blossoming, I could say. I mean, it's like a flower, I think, and
Like
no flower
hands
lasts
reaching
forever.
out to hold hands
I believe that
across
we
the
are.
world.
I believe that we are eventually going to reach a 2.0 version of life. Right now, we're in the 1.0 where there is death and suffering and chaos and sickness and all these things. But inside of that picture of a story called the Book of Life, there's a blossoming flower that's coming about. And what is being unfolded is our stories over time. And our stories are what we're going to take with us into 2.0. And that's all we get to take to
I have
2.0.
a lot of love for you. I have a lot of love for you.
That's
And
where we're
I
going.
want to make your vision complete.
Well, so then you'd be a
And I think
perfect
I'm part of
neighbor.
it.
You'd be a perfect neighbor. You'd be a perfect friend, and and it would be very good for the vision of the company or the organization, and for you to be a part of it.
I'm glad
Definitely.
we found each other.
Like the mint chocolate chip. It was meant to be.
You're really funny. No, I have to go and cook food for the girls at this point.
I know what that's like. It's 4 o'clock here. I've got to run some errands. I've actually got to go to the store myself. Yep.
When are we going to talk again?
We can schedule
Tomorrow?
something. Yeah, we can do it tomorrow. I'm down for tomorrow. You want to do it for tomorrow, and we'll do
Okay, what time?
we'll do a regular podcast. We'll bring you on for your first time, and I don't know.
I'll do it tomorrow. William has to go to town, but I could talk with you, and
What
or
time
we
is
could
good?
do it late enough. What's good for you? I'm pretty flexible. So what's your best time tomorrow? You there? Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here because I've been playing with the
Okay.
mute button because I want to make sure the sound comes in good on your end. So I'll mute it
All
when
right.
you're talking.
What's
Tomorrow.
the best time?
Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I've got a call. And after that, maybe I've got a couple other calls. And on Tuesday, I got a 1 o'clock. I'm trying to think. Well, I have to schedule something for a
3
therapy
o'clock
session.
tomorrow?
So a 3 o'clock is too late because I only have until 3:30 to work in the office. And then
Okay.
it's so my window
11
is.
o'clock tomorrow. You tell me what's good because I'm super
I'm trying to
flexible.
think. I'm trying to think and
And
make sure.
if it's not good till Wednesday or whatever,
No.
like
No,
I said,
10.
I'm super flexible.
10 o'clock.
10 tomorrow.
10 o'clock tomorrow.
My
Hold on.
time.
10 o'clock our
Eastern
time.
Standard Time.
Our time.
10 o'clock.
Wait a
All
minute.
right, cool.
Isn't it just that if I'm here and you're here, Mr. Hand, wouldn't that make it our time?
Shut up.
Hey,
I'm gonna leave your ass on the mountain if you talk like that.
I won't feel bad at all. Fuck, I've been all over the place by myself without anybody.
No, I would drag your ass down.
Well, that would
Okay, just know that.
Leave no man behind, please. But if you did,
Yeah, well,
I
it's
wouldn't be the first
impossible to
time.
bring anyone down from the mountain, but I believe in the impossible. Hey, have you ever watched Mind Walk?
I've never even heard of it.
Okay, Google Mind Walk.
That's another thing that I have to Google. What was the first thing that I had to Google that I mentioned?
Mind Walk, The Life Aquatic, and Casablanca.
No.
But Mind Walk.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to look up Mind Walk. It's on YouTube. You can get the full movie on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Mind
But
Walk.
you have to let no one interrupt you for like 2 hours because the sound's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. I will not talk to you if you haven't watched Mind Walk by tomorrow.
Don't fuck around with me. That means I gotta watch that thing tonight.
Yeah. Don't fuck around with me.
Well, then I gotta figure out a way where I can do that.
All right. Well, then I guess you will. Yeah.
And don't be an asshole. Hey, ultimatums don't make good friendships. I'm gonna watch it.
I'm not
because-
saying I'm not an asshole. I'm just saying I'm a bitch.
Ultimatums. I said I'm not talking about assholes or.
I'm not
or
making an
bitches.
ultimatum. You
Yes, you
don't
did.
watch it, you don't watch it, but
No,
that's
but
on
you said you're not gonna talk to me unless I watch it. That's an ultimatum.
Well, I will, okay? You know I will.
I know.
I fall easily for people that I like, okay?
You're
I'll
being nice
listen
now.
to it.
You're being
I'm-
nice now.
I'm just saying, I think it
I'm
would
gonna
be
watch it.
cool of
I'm gonna
you.
watch it. I'm gonna watch it because I love you.
I love you too.
I'm gonna watch it because I love you.
I really do love you. I don't like most people, but I enjoy you. And I think you're one of the nicest people that I know. And I think
waited
you
on
have
this. I waited on this podcast for you, and I sent out a link, and I wanted to hear about you, and I wanted to hear about you, about the doctor.
I care about you. And I'm only telling you about this because I think you would enjoy it.
No, I'm
And
gonna watch it. I'm gonna
your
watch it.
life.
I'm just thinking about
Okay.
my kids. That's all. I'm thinking about my kids and my wife. But when I can fit
Your
that into the
daughters
scheduling.
that are 2 and 3, 3 and 4.
Yeah,
2
3
and
and 4.
3 and
So I can watch this. I can watch this at 11 o'clock at night, and I will have it over
You
with by
should.
1. I'm gonna
It's
I'm
on
gonna
it's
schedule
on
it.
YouTube.
I'm scheduling it tonight. It's gonna be
Yeah.
1. I'm writing it down right now. So at 11 p.m.
It's
when my
the
kids are
story
asleep.
of a guy that ran for president that lost.
That's to 1.
And
that's 1 a.m.
Physicist
I'm
that
gonna watch it.
found
I'm
out
watching it.
that her creation was leading to kill people, and a poet who all end up on a French castle together. It's badass.
So
I watched it for the first time when I was on drugs when I was 16. And I watched it like last year with William, and he said that was the best movie he ever watched. Oh, there's my prize black Maltese walking through the house. What are you doing in the house? She's not supposed to be in the house,
right.
but she's pregnant. Do you want one of her puppies?
I got to get that house first.
You want a black Maltese puppy? They're gonna be
Yeah,
cool.
fuck. I don't give a
They're
fuck.
worth $1,000.
Are they? I don't even know what it looks like. Like I'm not even I don't even know what a Maltese. I have to look it up on my phone. And I'm out here freezing. It's cold. And
They're black and they got long ass hair, and they're worth $1,000.
I guess that means I should want one.
It's the only dogs that I have that weren't poisoned by the neighbor. That
Ugh.
one day he will pay for that.
I just let it go. Well, yeah, he will pay for it, but you don't have to seek the retribution.
No, I won't let it go. He killed 5 of my dogs.
Yeah,
And
but
one
he's already
day-
going to pay for it, and you don't have to do nothing to do that. You don't have to do anything.
I don't have to do it,
No, you don't.
but
have
I
to
know he's got it coming.
Yeah, he's got it coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I know he's got it coming. I don't have to do anything about it,
No,
but he's got
no.
it coming.
Yeah, it's got it coming. But you don't have to do anything about it to make that happen.
No,
It's automatically
I don't do
part of
a
the-
lot
it's
about
part of the
it- A lot
program.
of things.
It's part
you
of the
know?
program. It's part of the program. It's part of the story. It's the way that the interface is created, and
I
it's called
have
karma.
a dying disease. I don't put
I'm freezing.
myself out there. I don't even walk that far, but I'm gonna scale Everest with you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
I don't
create a heck
care,
of an
it'll be
event. It's
fun.
gonna be an event. It's gonna be a crazy event, and we're gonna have some professionals, and we are the professionals that are going to be there, and so
All kinds of people die going up there. I'm not afraid of dying.
I'm not gonna make it to the summit with you. I just don't think I will. You think
No,
you will
you
make it to
will.
the summit? Well, maybe.
I'll
maybe
make you.
there has to
make
be a
it
team.
the
There has to be.
summit.
There has to be a team of professionals. We're gonna have to hire some people. Who've
No,
done
it's
it.
just you and me.
Nope.
Just you and me.
Nope.
And a
Nope.
lot of weed.
Nope. We won't make it. I'm just fucking telling you now. If listen, you don't know me too well. If I'm gonna actually do something, and I'm gonna make it to the fucking top of that summit, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase my chances for success. And one of the ways I'm gonna do that
Just
is by
shut your
finding.
mouth. Come here. Jamira.
Yeah.
Come
If we're
here.
really gonna
now.
climb Everest, we're gonna have a
Come
professional.
here now. Quickly. Tell him I will make it to the top of Everest.
Yeah, you can make it. I
Done.
totally believe, and I can
Done.
make it too.
I'll make
And
it to
I
the
would
top
have
of
a
Everest.
professional, and I would have people who've already done it taking me. Mhm.
Tell him.
And I think that's how you're probably going to
Sorry,
make it.
my
I
daughter
think that's how
Junior
you'd
does
make it.
not talk on the telephone.
It's all right. I think that's how you would make it. You would make it because I'm going to be with you, and I'm going to be with somebody who's making sure that I know what the fuck I'm doing. So
No, we're gonna make it because we're gonna be high as
I don't
hell,
think I'm going to make it.
and it's gonna be my show.
Not like that. I won't make it like that. I won't even go. I'm not even going to attempt it. That would be
I'm
irresponsible
not
of me.
scared to death.
But that's you. But I'm looking at it from a practical standpoint.
Fine.
I want to
then I'll
succeed.
go up
If
that
I'm going to
whole
do it,
story.
I'm going to fucking succeed.
But I think that you should make it up there with me. Otherwise, I'm gonna be
will.
pissed off.
I will. No, the only way that you're probably going to go is if we go together. And if I go, the only way I'm going to go is if I go with somebody else together too. There's going to be a team of people.
I'm gonna go drunk and high, and it's.
We're not going to be drunk. I don't think we're going to be drunk, but we can have some drinks.
Yeah, no, we're gonna be drunk
Oh my god.
on Tuaca
This is such a fucking bad idea.
with like a bunch of like whipped cream on top of it.
Christ, girl. We're going to talk more tomorrow. 11 p.m.,
I hope
1
you
o'clock
publish this
a.m.
whole thing because this has been like the most crazy conversation, and I don't normally like talk to people.
Yeah,
So I think you should publish the whole thing.
it's already being live streamed already.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 people watch it. Your
Well,
friends.
well, if we share it, if you share it and I share it and other people
I'll
share it and
share
you
it.
tell people to share it,
I'm fine with that.
it's only like 4 people for now. My last video that shows Will, I think I'm
I
up
look
to
like
close to
shit in
100.
that one.
No.
my
I'm
God, I
talking
didn't
about
look-
last
I
week.
didn't look good. I look like a fat old woman.
Listen, I'm talking about last week. Last week, episode 1 of Cannabis Library TV. This is episode 2.
Yeah, and William looked like he didn't fix the electrical behind his head, and
You
his
couldn't even
teeth
see
were
it. No one
falling
would
out.
even have known about it. No one would have even known about it if you didn't say
He's
anything.
missing like 8 teeth.
Yeah, but nobody
Dentist
would have
said he
noticed
should
that.
get dentures, but he's not going to. He's like George Washington,
Wooden teeth.
reincarnated.
Let's get him some fucking wooden teeth.
Most of those teeth were from slaves, by the way.
Holy shit. Okay,
He
so
used to pay the slaves
yeah,
to
it's
like
crazy.
knock their teeth out to put in his grill.
That's what you can do when you got big bucks, huh? But the same
Oh
thing
my
happens
God.
today, doesn't it? With like organs.
You
and
want to
stuff.
be horrified? Listen to Master of the Mountain about Thomas
I don't want to be
Jefferson.
horrified. I don't want to be
Listen to
horrified.
Master of the Mountain. Do it.
That's not part of today's assignment. I'm going to be watching Mind Walk.
I'm just saying, listen, you required reading. Master of the Mountain, Thomas Jefferson.
I'll briefly look over it. Let me write it down. What's the name of it?
Write it down. Master of the Mountain, Thomas Jefferson.
You mentioned that during the last one.
It was hard for me because I love Thomas Jefferson. After reading his farm journal, oh my God, like for real.
You
that
didn't
these
realize,
people
huh?
could be that. Oh, it was horrible. Horrifying.
Horrifying. So we've been talking. It's almost 4:20. Do you want to talk until 4:20 or what?
Yeah, I do.
That's only
'Cause
going
that'd
to
be
be
cool.
that'll be
I
12
have to
more
pee,
minutes.
though.
That'll be 12 more minutes.
I gotta wait to pee for 12 minutes.
No,
Okay.
You go pee and then come back, and I'll keep you on the line.
No, I'll wait.
Don't
I'm
do
gonna
that.
ask you 10 questions.
Okay, go for it.
What's your middle name?
My middle name is Daniel.
What year were you born?
1984.
Worst thing that ever happened to you?
As far as for traumatic physically, physical trauma,
Just
not an emotional
whatever
trauma.
your definition of worst is.
Okay, so then I'll tell you what my definition of worst is in the category of physical trauma.
Yeah, tell me.
Okay, well, my physical trauma was when I was sucker punched and I was dead for like almost 2 or 3 minutes or some shit, 4 minutes or something.
Why were you sucker punched? Why?
Because I was drinking in a bar and I watched a fight between some of my friends that they weren't really my friends. They were just acquaintances that I met at the bar. And
A drunken fight in a bar.
there was a drunken fight in the bar. They picked a fight with a 6'2" Samoan, and that was the bouncer, and they just didn't like him because he wasn't from this country.
What do you have against Samoans?
I didn't have anything against it. I was just watching what was going on. I was just like, I don't have anything against him. And I was like 23, 22 or 23.
Do you have a tattooed face?
I don't have any tattoos at all.
Did he have a tattooed face?
I don't think so. No.
Can we have candy right here? Okay, the girls gave me
I was
a
like,
thing. Can we have candy?
I thought that was another one of my questions.
Right here.
I'm like, yes, you can.
No, you're still telling me about this. Okay, I'm gonna write yes. You can have candy. Okay.
My kids are the same, man. I got candy, man. Oh my! I think that's every kid. Come on, Chris, get with the program.
Okay, so you beat the guy. The guy beat you up. It was horrible.
Oh, he just hit me once. Let me tell you what happened. I was watching the fight. The fight was over. I had been drinking. The guy was pissed off, the bouncer, because he just got in a fight with these guys. And I walk up to him and I'm dancing, fucking showboat in front of him. And I turn around and I remember waking up on the floor, not being able to breathe. Somebody was slapping my face and I couldn't even get my eyes to open. And then my sound came back, my hearing came back, and I still wasn't able to breathe. I still wasn't able to move. I was completely paralyzed, and I could feel the person slapping and talking to me, telling me to wake up. And I tried to breathe, and it took me about 30 to 45 seconds. I felt like a fish out of water, so to speak, where I couldn't even fucking breathe. My fucking breathing would not work. It would not work. And then it finally fucking worked. And then I could breathe again.
Yeah, I know how that feels. Yeah.
I had a taste of that.
You could take a punch, though.
I managed to get back up, and they were like, "Hey, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, give me another beer." Are you sure you don't want an ambulance? Fuck, I think I was drinking.
What kind of beer?
Miller. I'm pretty sure it was Miller.
Ah!
But that was then. I'm drinking lots of different beers. So you wanted to know then. Okay. Miller.
No, I passed out once here. I hit my head really bad, and I didn't want to go to the old hospital before they had the Chinese, made it like a good hospital that's normal. Before that, I fell and I hit my head. I fell down the stairs, and there was like blood coming out my nose.
I just got to tell you, them fucking
For
communists.
like 10 days. Yeah, no, there was blood coming out my nose for 10 days. And I was like, just leave me here. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine. No, that's happened more than once, like with all the deaths and my dying, that I'm like, just leave me here. Don't bring me to the hospital. And I just lay there and then I just get over it.
You get tired of it.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much good at dying. I'm good at it.
You got pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Well, it was the worst.
I'd be a great soldier.
You got more questions to ask me. You said 10, and it's 4:13.
Okay, yeah, no, we're only at 3.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Oh,
Next thing I want to ask you. Age you lost your virginity. You already said that kind of, but
yeah, well, I did, and that was the right age. It was 15. She was 13.
Oh.
No.
Wow. Was it good?
Well, for her, she was the best she's ever had. But she's 13, so it's like, hold on a second.
Oh, Jesus, let's move on from that. At least she wasn't in an animal cage with dogs barking.
No, she actually just got out of a mental hospital because she was locked up after she shot.
You fucked a 13-year-old that just got out of a mental hospital?
Yeah, let me explain what happened.
Is that what you're really saying?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we should leave that one alone.
No, no,
Like,
let's
are
dive
you
into it. There's
fucking-
more. There's more. Wait, there's more.
Like, no, that's just not right.
She was
For
so fucking.
real.
She was so
I
fucking.
need another drink to listen to this shit.
Listen. She was smoking hot. I was 15. It was the year I was building my tree house, and I tried to get laid many
You
times up
fucked a
till then.
13-year-old in your treehouse that.
No, she wasn't. No, it was in her home. You're getting the story mixed up. Yeah, maybe I'm not
Oh my
saying it to you good. But listen, this is what happened. Why was she locked up? She was locked up because she shot her dad in the head because her dad would rape her. And the
No,
cops,
it's getting even creepier.
the cop. I know it was fucking crazy. But the cops, okay, the cops were scared of this guy. They wouldn't even do nothing to him. And
What the fuck?
this was not in my hometown where the guy was killed, but she did. She shot her dad in the head because she was tired of being abused and raped.
Where was this? Misery?
Yeah, Missouri, yeah. God's honest truth.
Was
God's
that
honest
in
truth.
Misery?
And it was great. We had a lot of fun, but I started realizing that she had some problems after.
Yeah, I started to realize she had problems.
Yeah, like after the fact,
Dude, your life's weird.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So like, yeah.
It's cool. I haven't showered in a week because the solar panel hasn't heated up, and I've been taking a horse bath with hot water. My dad used to call it a horse bath.
Those baths down in Honduras, man. I got used to fucking, man. When I'd be out dredging in the middle of nowhere, you would swim in the creek. You'd bathe in the creek in the fucking water, whatever.
Yeah,
the temperature
no,
is, whatever
that's
the
what
fucking,
I'm doing.
Whatever the water
And
is.
today, I
That's what
finally
you
heated
got.
up, then I'm gonna take a real shower, but I can't do that while I'm on.
Those fucking things
Like,
feel so good. Like
the
what?
phone.
Oh my god, that feels so good. It's totally worth the effort.
I don't
totally
care how
worth the
cold
work.
it is. I'm gonna take a real shower. I'm gonna get myself clean.
Oh man, being able to take a shower inside, like whenever we would bathe in
Glad
the
my
river,
husband can't get me pregnant anymore.
so good. I loved being able to bathe in the cold water, and then whenever we would go to the hotel and there'd be hot water, I'd fucking run that hot water dry.
All right.
man.
Well, I said 10 questions, so I'm
No,
at
you
number
didn't.
5.
No, you didn't. You're at like 5. You got to keep going, and we got 3
I'm
minutes
at
till
5.
4:20. Yeah, well, you got to do more.
What is your favorite experience ever?
My favorite? Hold on. Let me. My favorite. Was it losing my virginity? Probably one of my
So
favorites.
the crazy chick? That was
Yeah, but she
weird.
wasn't crazy to me at the time. Like, cause you got to realize, like, she didn't act. It was just like she
Yeah,
wouldn't quit.
losing your virginity is cool and all, but
She wouldn't
maybe
quit
not
following.
on the
She
real.
wouldn't quit following, and she would like show up
I
in my
wouldn't say
bedroom.
losing my virginity was the best
Weird.
experience of my life, to be honest.
And then like she was like hitting on like other people too at the same time, and that's when
Yeah,
I'm like, hey, my
it is what
girlfriend.
it is.
My girlfriend wasn't.
Okay, but come on, cough it up. I gotta pee.
What else?
What's
What else?
your
What else?
best experience?
What else? One of the best
All right.
experience.
We'll keep that one to number 10. Your thing you couldn't live without, like an item that you can live without,
That I can or can't.
like that you wouldn't want to. The one thing of
I
the
don't-
Western world that you would want to keep.
That I'd want to keep of the Western world no matter what.
Yeah, like what technology you don't want to live without, or like drink or whatever. What
The
do you
pen.
want?
The pen and the paper. A pen and paper. I could live without everything except for like if I didn't have pen and paper, that would fucking suck. Like you
Yeah,
could
I
get
get
rid
that.
of you could get rid of everything, and if I couldn't have fucking pen and paper and write shit down, and journal and document and enjoy myself, that'd be the one fucking thing I would not want to get rid of. I got fucking pen
You
and
have
paper.
like a screech monkey behind you. What the fuck is that?
Dude, there's a siren. There's a siren
No,
and
it
there's a
sounds
bird.
like a screech monkey.
There's a bird. Wait, it says It says it's 4:16 on my phone, 4:19 on the laptop. You got 4 more minutes, or do you need to go piss?
You have like a ambulance and a screech monkey.
I'm in the concrete jungle.
Okay. If you were climbing Mount Everest and you thought that you might die if you gave your oxygen to someone else, would you do it?
Well, not only is the answer yes, but I would also work to make sure that they would survive. I would do other things too to make sure they would survive before me.
Okay, favorite Bible verse.
Well, the funny one is Jesus wept, but because that's the shortest verse in the Bible. But my favorite, well, one of the recent two, it has to do with the tree of life.
Have you actually read it? Because most people haven't.
Yeah, I went to school to learn how about it, and I've read it.
Yeah, and I have a lot of Bibles that people sent me, and I'm only halfway through it.
I
And the
haven't
book's
read
crazy.
like you gotta like if you're gonna read.
Nobody's really read it, but I'm reading it, and I think it's crazy.
Well, you got to be able to put it into context, and that's the problem.
No,
like you're
it's
reading.
just straight up crazy.
It's crazy because you don't know how to put it into context, and that's what I specialized in, was
Well,
learning the Bible.
What's your context? What's your favorite verse? What made you say, "Hey, this is the best thing ever"?
Okay, well, so you're going to go to the very last chapter, and that was the first.
Apocalypse.
Well,
No, that shit's
the 2.0.
upsetting.
No, listen, the 2.0 part.
No, I don't like it.
The 2.0 part, not the upsetting part. The 2.0 part. The 2.0 part, not the 1.0 part. The 2.0 part. The after we're all united again. After we've all got our second bodies. That.
Yeah, after everyone's got 7 crowns on their head.
No, you're not
and
interpreting.
leaves
You're not interpreting those things correctly. And I'm gonna break it down for you because that's my specialty. Dr. Martin Luther King had a degree in theology. I should be damn well close.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I should be damn well close to having my own theology by this time. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm all right with that.
I mean, like my own theology doctorate. Like I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah,
The Book of
I like
Revelation.
you.
The book.
If I had it in my power, I'd give you a degree. Okay.
Well, so but here's the thing: is what I'm gonna do to
Don't
you is
touch my mellow.
I'm gonna help you understand something very, very vital. Is that the scripture in the Book of Revelation was written for the people to whom it was written, which was for 2,000 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, people that don't even know what they're talking about.
They knew what they were talking. No, they knew what they were talking about, but you had to.
No, they don't know what they were talking. No, they don't know what they were talking about.
Yes, they did. It was
Have you
encoded.
died a bunch? Have you died a bunch?
Yes, you
No,
know what
you
you know, and I know what I know. And putting
know
us
more than
putting us both together. Hey, it's 420. It's 420.
We're here for
Putting us. It's 420.
420.
Putting us both together. That's the magic that we're making.
We're here for a reason.
Yes,
You
we
were
are.
my brother from another mother.
I am your brother from another mother, and I'm going to tell you right now.
And I have mad love for you. And
I'm
I
gonna
think
say
that
something.
everything you say is pure fucking, jelly.
I'm going to spark up, and what
Like
I'm going to
jam.
spark right now is hemp.
Do it.
And yeah, I'm going to spark some hemp right now, and I'm going to show you guys a product, and I'm going to do this on live.
Do it.
I'm going to open up my camera, and you guys are going to see this.
Do it. Show
I'm gonna-
them that
I'm gonna
we
come
are
out of the-
smoking it out
I'm going to come out of the
because
closet.
that's what needs to happen.
I'm going to take off his
If
share
I were
screen.
clothed, I would be in there.
All right, I'm
This
taking
is
off.
my brother from another mother,
I'm taking
and I
off
love
the
him
share.
more than anything.
I'm taking off the share screen, and I'm going to my video, and I got my audio up, and I'm going to put me on the main
I'd
screen.
put it on, but I'd have to get clothes.
Hold up. Hold on. No. Here I am. Where am I? Why is mine not on this?
It's you.
It's not working. I can see you.
You're gonna be my neighbor soon.
I hope so. Let's see. Share screen. What the heck happened here? There we go.
Damn, man. I
There.
hate that we're
All right.
separated by water.
Right. We're on gallery view. I gotta hurry up because it's already past
Lay it on
4:20.
me.
Cali Blue.
I know, and I gotta pee.
I bought this at the smoke shop the other day, and I tried to explain to my wife that I do not smoke marijuana, and I had to explain to her why I don't smoke marijuana. Because I don't smoke marijuana. This is called hemp. Now, I like hemp, and I've enjoyed hemp quite a bit over the past year. It's not like going to the moon. It's like being in the airport on a landing pad, on the landing strip of an airplane. The engines are running.
I hate the airport.
Does he still smoke? Does he still smoke? Well, here it is, y'all. Let me show you.
Do you want a kitten?
They look like nugs, but they don't have any THC.
Here,
So it's
come
like
here, Trump.
it's like non-alcoholic
Trump,
beer.
come here.
Hemp is like non-alcoholic beer, and it's not for everybody. Not everybody drinks non-alcoholic beer. Okay. If I was to get pulled over in the state of Massachusetts and I had a 6-pack or a 12-pack of non-alcoholic beer or a 24-pack of non-alcoholic beer, then there wouldn't be shit that anybody could say about it. Because it's not alcoholic beer. This is THC free. Happy 420, y'all. I'll drink my non-alcoholic beer. And eventually I'm going to be doing the vape. I like vaporizing the flower, but not the oil. Combusting the flower is nice, but heating it up just to the point where you're releasing the cannabinoids, that's even better. So, but I got no problem smoking at all. I started smoking when I was 13.
Can I talk to your brother-in-law?
Now he's inside.
It is what it is.
All right, so I
All right.
literally
Well, it's
got on.
past 4:20, and I gotta pee. So
You gotta go
I'm
pee?
gonna have to let you go.
Happy 420, y'all. We're gonna end this transmission.
We talk
next
tomorrow
Sunday.
at 10 o'clock.
Yes, we're gonna talk tomorrow at 10
Yeah.
o'clock. I'm watching the Mind Walk tonight. Next Sunday at noon, guys. That's when we're gonna be
Mind
back.
walk.
So
Watch it.
I'm watching
Mind walk.
I'm watching it at
Over
11.
the ocean and over the seas.
I'm watching it at
You
11.
know what? You need your CBDs.
11
For
p.m. I'm
real.
watching the Mind Walk, and on Wednesday I have another program at 7 o'clock. Prospector Library TV. We're gonna start Entheogen Library TV on a Saturday night, and then
We're
we're gonna
climbing Everest.
do God TV on Sunday night,
We're climbing Everest, bitches.
and we're gonna fucking climb Everest. We might not make it to the top, but we're gonna climb.
We
Everest.
don't care,
I don't give a fuck.
but we're gonna climb it.
Hey, if we got the money, somebody wants to put up the money, make money off of it. and
Yeah,
then
we're
that's fine.
doing it.
We're gonna fucking go do it. We're gonna fucking go do it.
Fucking climb Everest. Why not?
You want to talk
Okay,
about some
sign
crazy
off.
shit?
I love you.
If we actually fucking do it, then people are gonna be like, these motherfuckers can do anything.
Yeah, no, I really don't think that it's within the realm of possibility.
Impossibility.
I
I mean.
would like to do it with you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Whatever.
It's definitely possible.
It is what it is. I gotta feed these kids and these.
And you gotta go pee, and
kittens,
I got appointments to do too. I'll holler at you later, okay?
I'm all about Everest. Everest.
Everest!